Looking at the history of crime around the world, there are hardly any examples of serial killers voluntarily turning themselves in. At least most cases of voluntary surrender are due to the fact that police have already obtained key evidence of their crimes. However, on March 6, 1970, an extremely strange incident happened in Los Angeles. At that time, at the police station in the San Fernando Valley, north of Los Angeles, just as George was carefully considering the details of a case, a middle-aged man walked into the police station. He interrupted George's musings, claiming that his name was Mack Ray Edwards, and that he had come to confess to a kidnapping case. George thought the man was just high on marijuana and hallucinating, but then Mack pulled out a handgun, handed it to George, and said, "Be careful, this gun is loaded. I'm not joking." Realizing that something seemed amiss, George nervously picked up the handcuffs and cuffed Mack's hands, notified his colleagues to take Mack to the interrogation room. Next, Mack told an even more disturbing story. He said at around 5:30 in this morning, he and his accomplice broke into the house of his former neighbor, Cohen. He told his accomplice that Cohen was a collector and that their goal was to steal coins from his collection. However, in reality, Mack's purpose was not burglary, but a premeditated kidnapping. He spent a lot of time with Cohen. He knew that Cohen had 3 daughters, 12-year-old Valerie, 13-year-old Cindy, and 14-year-old Jane. He wanted to kidnap them. While the Cohens were sleeping, Mack burst into the girls' room. He first used tape to cover the mouths of the 3 girls and then made them write a note saying they were running away from home, and finally forced them into his camper van. Before leaving, as planned, they also took Cohen's coin collection. Next, Mack and his accomplice drove to a canyon in the Angeles National Forest. Upon arriving, Mack ordered the girls to get out of the car. At first, the girls were reluctant to do so, but he pulled out a handgun and threatened them with it. However, Mack made a mistake. He didn't tie the girls' legs. When the girls got off the car together, Valerie ran straight to the left, and just as Mack was about to grab her, Jane ran to the right. In the chaos, Mack shouted that he would call the police and send people to catch them. But the Angeles National Forest is so vast that Mack was completely unable to find the 2 girls who had escaped. Realizing that turning himself in was his only option, he did not harm Cindy, who was still standing there, but went to the police station instead. He admitted to George that his plan was to sexually assault and murder the girls, but the plan failed, and the girls knew who he was. The police could find him at any time. So that's why he chose to turn himself in. The next day, the police organized a search and rescue team, and they successfully found the 3 girls in the forest. Although their spirits had been severely traumatized, fortunately, they were not physically injured and were able to return to their parents alive. However, what made the police uneasy was not that Mack said he wanted to sexually assault and kill the girls, but rather the caution with which he carried out his crimes. Assuming Valerie and Jane did not escape successfully, the fate of all 3 girls would be death, and their parents would not believe they had been kidnapped, as Mack had them write a note stating they had run away from home. Ultimately, the police would be unable to find the girls and would only record them as having mysteriously disappeared in the database. Perhaps years later, the girls' remains would be found, but by that time, Mack would likely have already died of natural causes and would not face the punishment he deserved. Therefore, the police strongly suspect that this was not Mack's first crime, because if it were his first crime, he would not have been so skilled at kidnapping. But when the police investigated Mack's criminal record, they only found one entry. In 1941, Mack had been arrested for vagrancy. So George took Mack back to the interrogation room, but he didn't answer directly. He just said, "I have a guilt complex. I couldn't eat and I couldn't sleep, and it was beginning to affect my work. You know, I'm a heavy equipment operator. That long grader I'm using now costs a lot of money, $200,000. I might wreck it or turn it over and hurt someone." Just as George was about to speak, Mack added, "I'm glad they got away, because otherwise it would have been 9 murders instead of 6. On October 17, 1918, Mack was born in Arkansas. During World War II, the U.S. West Coast became one of the primary destinations for migration, with California being a key area for population influx. It was home to numerous military bases and large-scale war industries. For instance, between 1940 and 1943, 560,000 people moved to Los Angeles County, and Mack was among them. He joined the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and received training in the use of heavy equipment. In 1946, Mack married Mary. During this time, Mack moved around various cities in Los Angeles County, including Pico Rivera, El Monte, and Azusa. However, the 3 years from 1950 to 1953 completely changed Mack's life trajectory. No one knows what exactly happened to him during those 3 years. But after that, he began his criminal career. On the evening of June 20th, 1953, Mack arrived in Norwalk, a city in Los Angeles County. When Mack arrived at a flea market, a little girl caught his attention. She was 8-year-old Stella. Although Mack admitted that he had killed Stella, he did not reveal the details of her abduction. He told George that later he took Stella to his home, sexually assaulted her, and then took her to Angeles National Forest, where he knocked her unconscious and threw her off a nearby bridge. The next day, Mack returned to the crime scene to check on her, only to find that Stella was still alive. So he stabbed her to death and transported her body to a construction site. Mack was a heavy equipment operator. He knew that the underground of the highway can completely destroy a victim because no one will go there and no one will smell the odor of the corpse. Hearing this, George recalled the details of the unsolved disappearance case. At the time of Stella's disappearance, police conducted an extensive search, with hundreds of staff and volunteers combing through nearby buildings and fields in every conceivable location, but they were unable to locate any trace of the girl. Police also questioned many people, including sex offenders they could find, and they even arrested one sex offender, but nothing came of it. For many years, Stella's parents wanted to know what had happened to her, and it was only when Mack told his story that the truth finally came to light. Before George could tell Mack to take them to the burial site, the man continued, saying that, at the time, he had witnessed the police search operation, which was large-scale and imposing, causing him to feel afraid and often make mistakes at work. But he was unable to stop committing crimes, so 3 years after Stella's murder, he targeted 2 other children. At that time, he lived in Azusa, northeast of Los Angeles. One day, Mary's sister, 11-year-old Brenda, and her friend Donald came to stay with them for the summer. On the morning of August 6, 1956, realizing that the 2 children were about to end their vacation, Mack understood that time waits for no one. So he found Donald, gave him $7, and had Donald and Brenda ride their bicycles together to a nearby canyon for fun. However, while the 2 children were happily riding their bicycles, Mack secretly followed them in a pickup truck. When the children rode to a secluded path, Mack stepped out. He says he had something to give Donald and took him to a corner. There, he struck Donald unconscious with a rock and slit him throat with a knife. Then, he returned to Brenda, killed her, and threw both children down the hillside. Afterwards, Mack drove away in his pickup truck with the children's 2 bicycles and Donald's jacket, dumping them at a dam and a school respectively. Since Brenda and Donald did not return home that day, the police received a report and launched a large-scale search. But, unlike Stella's disappearance, the police believed that the 2 children had run away together because Brenda's friend told them that Brenda had said she didn't want to go home and wanted to enjoy her vacation. Although the children had no reason to leave their bicycles behind and had never explicitly expressed their desire to run away, the police insisted on this theory because the search had yielded no results. Next, what Mack said was even more absurd. He said that after killing the 3 children, he returned to normal life, and then, 12 years later, he started committing crimes again. Although this possibility is extremely unlikely, it has happened before. This extremely long interval may be related to changes in Mack's personal life, adjustments in his psychological state, or interference from the external environment. So, what changes have occurred in Mack over the years? According to available information, Mack's work environment has not changed. The only change was that he and Mary adopted 2 children. Perhaps the family responsibilities and psychological adjustments that come with adopting children have temporarily suppressed Mack's criminal impulses. Perhaps Mack lied and he actually killed more victims. On November 26, 1968, Mack broke into a house located in the northern part of Los Angeles. His intention was to attack a girl living there, but he did not find her. Instead, he encountered the girl's older brother, 16-year-old Gary. Although the boy was not his target, Gary had witnessed him breaking into their home. So, he pointed a gun at Gary, ordered him to lie on the ground, and fired, killing him. His next victim was 15-year-old Roger. On December 16th, Roger's father had an argument with him over his smoking. In the end, an angry Roger left home on his motorcycle and was never seen again. As Mack recounted the story, the truth finally came to light. After Roger ran away from home, he found Mack, who lived near Roger's house. Mack had adopted a child who was Roger's friend, and Mack also knew Roger's family. So for this boy, Mack was an uncle he could trust. However, Mack lied that he wanted to play a game with Roger, then took him to an orange grove and killed him. In the end, he buried Roger's body in the Thousand Oaks section of the Ventura Freeway, which was under construction at the time. He then stated that his last victim was 13-year-old Alan. On May 16, 1969, while driving, he saw Alan riding his bicycle on the road. So he stopped the car and invited Alan to hitch a ride. Alan, who was completely unaware of the danger, accepted Mack's invitation. He first put Alan's bicycle in the back of the pickup truck. When Alan sat in the passenger seat next to Mack, Mack pulled out a gun and said he was going to kidnap Alan. Although Alan resisted, Mack shot and killed him without hesitation. What sets this case apart from others is that the next day, Alan's body was discovered by some hikers. However, despite the police finding the body, the murder case still remains unsolved. And then, Mack stopped saying, and George and his colleagues fell into deep thought. Imagine if someone suddenly pulled out a gun and told you that he had committed 6 murders, confessing to cases that had remained unsolved for decades. This situation is extremely shocking, especially since these cases were isolated incidents. No one ever thought that they were the work of a serial killer, let alone someone who specifically targeted children. But Mack's story was too real. He even gave detailed descriptions of where Stella, Brenda, Donald, and Roger's remains were buried. So the police decided to believe it and organized a search team to try to verify the story. 5 days after Mack confessed to the crime, they went to the Santa Ana Freeway in Norwalk. Mack led them to a section of road where, after digging, the police discovered the remains of a girl who appeared to be between 8 and 10 years old. Although it was difficult to confirm the identity of the deceased, the police had no hesitation in believing that this was Stella, based on Mack's story and the fact that the body was found at the location he had indicated. Next were the remains of Brenda and Donald. Unlike Stella, Mack did not bury them, but left them on the hillside. At that time, more than 10 years had passed since they were killed, so the police did not find their remains. As for Roger's body, the situation was different. Mack said he had buried Roger under the highway, making the task of exhuming the body extremely difficult. The police would need to close the highway, which would take a lot of time, so they temporarily put the plan on hold. In 2008, the police teamed up with several departments to restart the plan, trying to find Roger's remains and give his family the closure they deserved. But the search was unsuccessful. In the end, Mack was charged with 3 counts of murder and 3 counts of kidnapping relating to Stella, Gary, and Alan, respectively, because the police did not find the remains of Brenda, Donald, and Roger. Even though Mack confessed to his crimes, they did not have enough evidence to prove that the man committed these 3 murders. On March 17, 1970, at his preliminary hearing, he told the judge, "I am guilty. I plead guilty." However, the judge refused to accept the plea and stated that Mack's defense attorney had entered a not guilty plea on every charge. Mack then repeatedly said, "I am guilty. I plead guilty. I don't need lawyers." During the period awaiting trial, Mack attempted suicide twice. The first time was on March 30th, when he cut his abdomen with a razor blade. The second time was on May 7th, when he took an overdose of sedatives. Due to his repeated failed suicide attempts, his trial was postponed multiple times. And a month later, he was transferred to San Quentin State Prison, where his neighbor was the leader of the Manson family, Charles Manson. On May 22nd, 1971, after several days of trial, Mack was sentenced to death. And then he said, "I want the electric chair. That's what I've always wanted." However, it is well known, although California still has death sentences and execution chambers, Most death row inmates die of old age and natural causes, not being executed. For example, even though Mack stated that he wanted to pay for his crimes and was willing to swap places with the next person to enter the execution chamber, there was still a long time to wait before his execution. The long wait, combined with Mack's extremely strong desire to commit suicide, led to him hanging himself with a television cable in his death row cell on October 30th, 1971. This time, he got it. In addition, before being transferred to San Quentin State Prison, Mack claimed to a Los Angeles County jail guard and an inmate that he had killed between 18 and 22 children. However, when questioned in court, he refuted this, stating that there were only six. Only six. So, a question full of doubts arises again. Did Mack really stop committing crimes during the 12 years from 1956 to 1968? As a serial killer who often participated in large-scale construction projects, could the foundations of those buildings and highways still bury some long-lost victims? On February 14, 2009, Thomas passed away due to natural causes at the age of 65. It does not sound strange. Birth, aging, illness, and death, no one can be exempt from them. However, this person's identity made this incident particularly different. He was a convicted murderer who had spent 22 years on death row at San Quentin State Prison. Over the years, it has completely changed a man named Joseph. Joseph was the father of a 12-year-old girl who was brutally murdered by Thomas in 1981. The pain of losing his daughter almost shattered Joseph, but he did not choose to give up. Instead, he saw his daughter as a reason to live. He wanted to see the murderer punished as he deserved. 2 years later, Joseph witnessed Thomas, the murderer of his daughter, being sentenced to death. For Joseph, it was a moment of justice and relief from suffering, a day he would remember forever. However, various problems within the judicial system once again provoked Joseph's anger. First, there was a malfunction in the prison's execution chamber. In 3 years, the prison did not execute any prisoners sentenced to death, including Thomas. After the carpenters finished repairing the execution chamber, the court began to debate whether the lethal injection procedure was constitutional. Later, Thomas continued to file appeals, while Joseph could only sit helplessly in the gallery, watching Thomas exploit loopholes in the legal process to continue delaying the execution of his death sentence. Joseph said angrily, "I attended all the trials, but that guy is still safe and sound in the death row cell, enjoying 3 meals a day, TV and DVD." In 2008, Joseph was interviewed. At that time, it had been exactly 27 years since his daughter was murdered. When faced with questions from the media, especially those concerning Thomas, Joseph did not show any signs of anger, because his emotions had long shifted from the initial anger to deep disappointment and frustration. During the interview, Joseph held his daughter's photo and choked out, "If my daughter were still alive, she would be 40 this year. She could have experienced birthdays, graduations, college, dating, marriage, having children, but I will never see any of that. I will never experience the joy of having grandchildren because she has become an album, forever frozen at the age of 12. Upon learning of Thomas's death, Joseph, who was already 65 years old, said, "Thank God, he will be burned in hell with Satan for a lifetime. I hope he died miserably. I hope he didn't die in his sleep. I really wish that were the case." In 1944, Thomas was born in Bethesda, Maryland. He was abandoned by his parents at a young age and lived in a local foster care institution. Although the environment there was barely sufficient to sustain his survival, Thomas always felt a sense of loneliness from being abandoned, as well as the trauma of abuse and neglect. 5 years later, a government official from Washington, D.C., visited Thomas's foster care agency with his pregnant wife. Since they had no financial burdens and wanted to expand their family, they considered adopting a child. During the evaluation process, the couple was deeply impressed by Thomas, as he not only performed exceptionally well and was intelligent, but also far exceeded his peers in physical stature. Despite the couple's affluent background, they never treated him differently or ignored his feelings, ensuring he had a happy childhood. However, in the late 1950s, the family faced a major setback when the foster father, who was the family's main breadwinner, passed away for unknown reasons. Faced with the loss of her partner and significant financial pressure, Thomas's foster mother had no choice but to move with the two boys to Manning Avenue in Bethesda. After returning there, Thomas's mental state changed. It was not because of his difficult family circumstances, as Thomas had lived in foster care since childhood, but because he had lost an important source of emotional support. As a boy abandoned by his parents, the death of his foster father made Thomas feel extremely insecure and abandoned once again. And these factors led to the gradual collapse of his psychological defenses. Later, Thomas, who had entered puberty, experienced extreme emotional instability due to physical changes and psychological stress. So he began randomly attacking local children with a black bullwhip and intimidating them. Although the children reported Thomas' behavior to their parents, the kind-hearted neighbors sympathized with Thomas' foster mother, who had to care for two children alone, so they did not intervene to stop Thomas. However, it was precisely because of this indulgence that Thomas's inner boldness grew. He began using shotguns and bows, highly lethal weapons, and his actions no longer confined themselves to intimidation, but escalated into outright attacks. In 1962, one evening, a girl's backyard was transformed into a temporary Girl Scout campsite. The girls were playing around the tents. A teenager named Barbara stood by one side of the tent, sharing her toys with her friends. However, Thomas approached them silently, holding a knife in his hand. He grabbed Barbara from behind and covered her mouth with his palm, preventing her from making a sound. He first cut off her ponytail and then slid open the tent and fled. But a girl recognized Thomas' identity. Shortly thereafter, based on Barbara's mother's report, the police immediately located Thomas and arrested him. Later, Thomas was sent to Springfield State Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation to determine whether he was competent to stand trial. However, puzzlingly, the charges against Thomas were dropped for unknown reasons. 2 years later, on January 22, 1963, Thomas conspired with two friends to rob a bowling alley manager named Richard. During the robbery, one of the friends wanted to strike Richard on the head with a bowling ball, causing him to fall into a coma. Although the bowling ball ultimately only struck his shoulder, Richard collapsed in pain on the ground. The three then fled the scene with a bag they mistakenly believed contained receipts, but the bag only contained a pair of bowling shoes. Initially, the robbery case remained at a standstill for a long time, until September of the same year, when one of Thomas' friends was arrested by the police for an unrelated crime, which led to the discovery of Thomas and another friend's robbery, and then they were sent to a reformatory. In 1968, Thomas was transferred to Midway House in Baltimore, where Thomas met a man named Martin, who was the key to the police's arrest of Thomas later. Once, Martin claimed that Thomas was a kind and gentle man, nicknamed Teddy Bear, and was intelligent, but he had a strong sexual anger problem toward women. January 16, 1970, was an ordinary day for 14-year-old Sherry. She dressed as usual and set off for the apartment near the Montgomery Shopping Center. Her friend was babysitting there, and she wanted to visit and help her. Although spending time with friends is always wonderful, this time, the two girls got into an argument over something as trivial as who should use the phone. And in the end, Sherry left for home alone, feeling unhappy. The Cabin John Creek Regional Park, usually a playground for children, but became the final destination of Sherry's life on that day. As Sherry walked alone in the empty park, Thomas appeared behind her without warning. His eyes showed no mercy, only cold malice. Before Sherry could scream for help, he forcibly took her away. What happened next was extremely brutal. Thomas was like a demon. He stabbed Sherry in the head with an ice pick, a total of 7 times, even with her head covered in blood, but he did not stop. He first slit her throat and then fired a handgun at her, and in the end, he left her body on the highway. Later that day, a passing motorist found Sherry's body on the highway with the ice pick still lodged in her head. Due to the extremely poor weather conditions on the day of the incident, heavy fog and rain posed significant challenges to the investigation. In order to get clues, the police made a plan. They put Sherry's clothes on the mannequin and put it on a local TV show. On TV, the mannequin dressed in Sherry's clothes stood there quietly, waiting for someone to recognize her and provide even the slightest information about the killer. The public was also engulfed in endless speculation. Some believed that Sherry might have chosen to hitchhike due to the fog and heavy rain, and the owner of that hitchhiked vehicle was the killer. 12 days later, a shocking tragedy shattered the tranquility of Bethesda. The body of Catherine, a 33-year-old schoolteacher, was discovered lying on her side in the back seat of a neighbor's car. Her throat had been brutally slit, and her chest and legs were covered with 124 wounds. Her apartment was also drenched in blood, and a blood-stained knife was abandoned in one of the rooms. Just one day earlier, Catherine had been reported missing. She was supposed to have gone to her new workplace at Tacoma Park Middle School in the District of Columbia, but she never arrived there. According to the coroner's later revelation, Catherine likely met her untimely end while returning home after purchasing groceries. The killer attacked her from behind, striking her on the back of the head and rendering her unconscious. She was then dragged into her apartment kitchen, where the killer brutally slit her throat with a kitchen knife. The killer then stabbed her 6 times in the abdomen and 3 times in the chest, causing her to bleed to death. However, the killer's cruelty did not end there. He dragged her body into the bedroom and continued to brutally hack at it for at least half an hour. On February 2nd, 1970, in the early morning of Alexandria, Donna, an 18-year-old girl who was an employee of the FBI, lost her life forever on this day. That morning, Donna's body was found in her apartment. She was completely naked, covered in stab wounds, and blood stained the floor around her. Most shocking of all, a 3-inch sewing scissors was stuck in her wound. The entire room was in disarray, as if a fierce struggle had taken place. The news spread quickly, and people were discussing it on the streets, comparing it to similar cases that had recently occurred in Maryland, where the victims had also suffered brutal violence. On a chilly morning in November of the same year, a shocking news story sent shockwaves through the community. An unnamed suspect had been detained by police on suspicion of murdering Sherry and Catherine. Police claimed that fingerprints found at the scene linked the suspect closely to the crime scene. Although the suspect's name was not disclosed, according to sources familiar with the matter, the suspect was Thomas, and during a search of his home in Bethesda, police discovered various knives and firearms. Although Thomas was not formally charged with murder due to insufficient evidence, he was imprisoned until 1977, when the state passed a new regulation prohibiting the detention of prisoners with mental illnesses beyond their designated sentences, regardless of whether they were considered a potential threat. Under this, Thomas and 39 other men were released on July 1st. This decision caused extreme unease among prison staff, who were well aware of Thomas's dangerous nature. Thomas had repeatedly confided in them that he had a violent alter ego, which he referred to as a beast. He claimed that whenever he saw a woman, especially a brunette, this beast would be awakened, plunging him into an uncontrollable state of rage. After his release, he formed a relationship with a girl named Lisa. They moved to the sunny Huntington Beach in California. At first, Thomas tried to adapt to his new life, but his paranoid delusions once again took hold of him, causing him to feel constantly on edge at work. And an accidental workplace injury left Thomas with permanent scars on his hands, rendering him unable to work. The pressures of life quickly tore the family apart. His wife, Lisa, left him secretly without saying a word. Thomas, who had lost his wife and his job, gradually lost himself. He began to contact Martin frequently, pouring out his inner pain and confusion. During that period, Thomas took his dog, drove a camper van, moved into the forest. Later, according to Martin's recollection, Thomas stayed in the forest because he wanted to prevent his violent personality from reappearing. Later, due to Thomas' passion for the land, he unexpectedly obtained a job as a forest shooting range official at a gun club. Soon, a club employee named Richard discovered Thomas's unusual behavior. He often saw Thomas secretly taking photos of young girls and women, monitoring people who came camping, but Richard did not reveal this to anyone, and these actions were not illegal. On September 19, 1981, in the Cleveland National Forest, 12-year-old Vanessa and Kelly were walking together along a winding dirt road. Then, an old truck slowly pulled up and stopped less than 10 feet away from them. The person in the driver's seat leaned out and shouted for them to come over. But as they approached, the man pulled out a gun, aimed it at their heads, pulled the trigger, and struck them in the head. Fortunately, a passerby witnessed the entire incident. Although he was shaken, he quickly recovered, noted the car's license plate number, and immediately called the police and emergency services. Based on the witness's description and the license plate number, the police quickly identified the suspect, Thomas, who had suffered severe injuries to his hands. Meanwhile, the two girls were rushed to the hospital. Vanessa was taken to Mission Community Hospital in Mission Viejo, but her injuries were too severe, and despite the doctor's best efforts, she sadly passed away that afternoon. Kelly underwent cranial surgery at another hospital and was the only one to survive. Also, Vanessa and Kelly's classmates and friends were devastated. They decided to do what they could to help with the case, so they took action and raised a reward for anyone who could help catch the killer. In just a few days, they raised $300. Police across the country were also closely monitoring the case and doing everything they could to help find Thomas. In order to avoid the police, Thomas boarded a bus bound for College Park, Maryland. After several hours of bumpy travel, he dragged his weary body to a day's inn. He knew that he could not hide forever, so he picked up the phone and dialed two numbers, one for his former inmate and the other for Martin. He told them, "I'm at the Days Inn in College Park, Maryland, and I don't know what to do next." Just after Thomas revealed his whereabouts, a heavily armed state police surrounded his place in less than an hour. After being brought to the interrogation room, Thomas said, "I've been suffering from frequent headaches lately, and I also experience periodic fainting spells. I really can't remember what happened." He tried to use such excuses to exonerate himself, but Martin saw through his intentions. He was well aware of Thomas's intelligence and knew that he had long mastered those psychiatric terms. During his time in prison, Thomas had frequently used these terms to manipulate others, making them believe he was mentally unstable. Therefore, Martin said, "Thomas, I know what you're doing. You're skilled at using these terms to confuse others, but this time, you won't fool anyone." After Thomas confessed to the crime, his lawyers fought vigorously on his behalf, attempting to prevent Thomas from being extradited to California for trial, while also rejecting media requests for Thomas to be interviewed. However, these efforts ultimately proved unsuccessful. Thomas was still extradited to California and stood trial there. After the trial, Thomas was found guilty of murder and attempted murder. However, since the jury members could not reach a consensus on sentencing, the court decided to have a new jury conduct a second sentencing trial. In the second trial, Thomas made a shocking decision. He dismissed his public defender and refused to defend himself, which directly led to his death sentence. But, at the last moment before the verdict was handed down, Thomas suddenly requested to hire a new public defender. A defender named Michael was selected, and he persuaded the court to arrange a third sentencing trial. During the third trial, the prosecutor presented additional evidence in court regarding Thomas's disturbing behavior, revealing a chilling truth. During his marriage to Lisa, Thomas had engaged in a perverted sexual game. He would pretend to tie Lisa up, then slit her throat, watching her bleed, while Lisa desperately begged for mercy. These horrifying acts left everyone present feeling chilled to the bone, and Thomas was once again sentenced to death. In the end, the pickup truck that Thomas had driven was abandoned in a vehicle graveyard. There, among many other cars once used by serial killers, the most famous were those belonging to Randy and William. These vehicles lay there silently, each telling a chilling story of their owners, and Thomas's pickup truck had also become part of those cars. At first, the cases of Sherry and Catherine had reached a complete dead end, until 1985, when the police decided to reopen the investigation into Sherry's murder. They identified Thomas as a major suspect and sought any evidence that could link him to the case. As early as 1970, when the police conducted an initial search of Thomas's residence, they found a green military jacket with a small bloodstain on it. However, due to the lack of advanced testing technology at the time, the jacket did not attract much attention. So, the police retrieved the green military jacket from the evidence room and sent the bloodstains on the jacket for testing. After a lengthy wait, although the match was not considered perfect, the high degree of similarity was sufficient for the experienced police officers to conclude that Thomas was connected to the murder. In January 2012, the police officially closed the case, and Thomas was identified as the murderer of Sherry and Catherine. But Donna's case has never been clued. The story of the Axeman of New Orleans is undoubtedly a chilling tale. He is one of the most notorious serial killers in the history of crime in the United States and even the world, and ranking just behind the infamous Jack the Ripper. His cruel, reckless, and unrestrained behavior is enough to shock anyone who talks about him. From May 23, 1918 to October 27, 1919, it seems like a short period of just over a year, but for the people of New Orleans, it was a long and agonizing 523 days. During that time, they eagerly waited for the police press conference to announce that the mysterious attacker had been arrested. However, as time passed, this city, which brings together different cultures and languages, remained shrouded in a suffocating fear, until the Axeman of New Orleans, like Billy the Axeman, mysteriously disappeared without a trace. On May 23, 1918, on a hot and humid night, Joseph and Catherine, an Italian couple, ended their busy day, closed the doors of their grocery store, and returned to their apartment. As midnight approached, the melodious sounds of jazz music filled the streets, and the couple drifted off to sleep peacefully. New Orleans, it is a multicultural city that blends elements from French, Spanish, African, and other cultures. Through the collision of African musical traditions and European musical styles, the jazz music was officially born on this land. In those days, the streets of New Orleans would always be filled with the sounds of jazz at midnight. After a chisel pierced the panel at the bottom of a wooden door, a mysterious attacker slowly crept into Joseph and Catherine's apartment. He listened quietly to the faint jazz music coming from outside the window, and watching Joseph and Catherine as they slept soundly. In his left hand, he held an axe and a razor in his right hand, that also known as a cutthroat razor. Just as the jazz music abruptly stopped, he raised the razor and stabbed the sleeping couple. After committing the crime, the attacker did not seem concerned about being arrested by the police. He did not rush to flee the scene of the crime, but stood in front of Joseph, slowly took off his blood-stained clothes, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then disappeared silently into the street. Hours later, Andrew, who lived in the apartment next to Joseph's, opened the door hurriedly. He was Joseph's brother and the owner of a barber shop. When he reached the apartment hallway, Andrew discovered that Joseph's door had been chiseled open, and the air was filled with a smell similar to rotten eggs. Therefore, Andrew called another brother, Jack, and they went into Joseph's room together to see if something had happened to the couple. After pushing open the bedroom wooden door, the scene inside completely shocked Andrew and Jack, as the bedside, walls, and floor were covered in bloodstains. Catherine was dead, and although Joseph was still breathing with great effort, blood was continuously spurting from his throat. A few minutes later, before the police arrived at the scene, Joseph died from his injuries. Soon after, the police finally arrived at the scene. They first conducted a brief examination of Catherine and Joseph's injuries, confirming that Joseph's throat had been slit by a sharp object. Catherine's head had been nearly severed from her shoulders, and both had sustained various other injuries. After investigation, the police found a set of blood-stained clothes and a razor with bloodstains near the crime scene. In addition, they also found a message written in chalk on the sidewalk near the apartment, which they suspected was left by the attacker. It wrote, "Mrs. Maggio will sit up tonight just like Mrs. Tony." Maggio was Joseph's surname, while Mrs. Tony was attacked by a gunman at her home 6 years ago. At that time, her husband died from the gunshot wound, and although she initially survived, she later died from her injuries. Since money and valuables were still there, it was clear that robbery was not the motive for the attack. In those days, police forensic techniques were relatively primitive. Just as the murder case was about to be shelved due to lack of evidence, Andrew's employee provided an important clue. He claimed that his boss Andrew was a prime suspect, as the blood-stained razor belonged to Andrew. And just 2 days before the incident, he had taken the razor under the pretext of wanting to remove an engraving. The appearance of the suspect caught the attention of the police, who immediately found Andrew and began an interrogation. Andrew was extremely calm. He said that when the murder took place, he did hear faint moans coming from next door, but because he had drunk a lot of alcohol, he thought the sounds were imaginary. Andrew also claimed that he saw an unidentified man loitering near the apartment. Since the police could not confirm the truth of what Andrew said, they had no choice but to release him. In the early hours of June 27th, John, a bread delivery driver, began his usual rounds of delivering goods to grocery stores. He was extremely busy, driving his car through different streets to deliver fresh bread to grocery stores in various areas for sale. When John drove up to the door of a store called Bezumer's Grocery, Louis, the owner, did not open the door. In John's mind, Louis was usually very punctual, so John walked to the shop door and knocked. However, instead of Louis shouting, "Wait a minute," he heard two people faintly calling for help. John didn't hesitate. He immediately sought help from the police. Not long after, several police officers and medical personnel arrived at the scene. They forced open the grocery store's door and found Louis and his mistress Harriet, who had been attacked. Louis suffered a fractured skull, while Harriet sustained injuries to the left side of her face and left ear. Both of their injuries were extremely severe. The weapon used by the attacker was Louis' axe, which was covered in blood and left behind in the bathroom. After investigating, the police concluded that robbery was the only plausible motive for the attack. Therefore, an African-American man named Louis as a prime suspect, because he had been an employee at the grocery store, and he chose to resign just 1 week before the attack occurred. Although there was no evidence sufficient to prove Louis's guilt, the police still arrested the man, claimed that Louis had no alibi and had provided contradictory accounts of his whereabouts, which was the reason for his arrest. Later, Louis was released because no money or valuables were missing from the crime scene, and the police were unable to gather sufficient evidence to prove Louis's guilt. After the attack, Harriet's left side of her face was completely paralyzed. As a woman who relied on her beauty for a living, her emotions became extremely chaotic. She first suspected Louis of engaging in espionage, which led to Louis being detained for 2 days. After the botched plastic surgery, she was on the verge of death and accused Louis as being the attacker who had harmed her, leading to Louis being convicted of murder. Although Louis was eventually acquitted by the court, he was wrongfully imprisoned for over a year. As the clock struck midnight on August 5th, 28-year-old Anna suddenly woke up. Actually, this wasn't the first time Anna had experienced this. As a woman 8 months pregnant, Anna often woke up in the middle of the night due to physical and psychological stress. But this time, something seemed off, because she saw a dark figure standing by her bedside. She then tried to shout loudly for her husband Ed to come and help her. However, the attacker seemed to know that Anna was alone in the house, so he did not run away. Instead, he repeatedly beat Anna's face and cut her scalp with a table lamp. Soon after, Ed returned home. In order to earn money to support his family, Ed chose to work overtime tonight, but when he returned home, he only saw his wife covered in blood. Fortunately, the woman's life was not in danger, and 2 days after the attack, she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. But for the police, this attack seemed familiar. Nothing was stolen from Anna's house, and the weapon used to harm Anna was a table lamp from her home. Like the previous 2 cases, the attacker had sneaked into the victim's home in the midnight, and no valuables or money were lost. The weapons were all items from the victims' homes. This was the first time the police had linked the 3 cases together. A few days later, another attack occurred in New Orleans. In the early hours of August 10th, while Pauline and Mary were sleeping, they heard some noisy commotion coming from the adjacent room. But the room next door was occupied only by their elderly uncle, Romano. Clearly, an elderly man would not invite people into his room and cause a disturbance without notifying his family. So, Pauline and Mary immediately ran out of the room. Then, they saw a dark-skinned, heavy-set man who wore a dark suit and slouched hat toward the door. The 2 girls did not attempt to stop the burly stranger. After he left, they entered Romano's room and were shocked by his injuries. He had 2 obvious cuts on his head, which were bleeding profusely. Later, when the ambulance arrived, Romano, who was seriously injured, was still able to walk to the vehicle on his own, but 2 days later, he died from severe head trauma. After the police investigation, Romano's room was found to be in disarray, but nothing was missing. The murder weapon was found in the backyard of the house. It was a bloody axe. With the occurrence of 4 attacks, the public was completely enveloped in fear. They referred to the mysterious attacker as the Axeman of New Orleans. At midnight, a large number of male residents, especially Italian immigrants, gave up sleeping, picked up weapons, and tried to protect their families. The police also received numerous reports claiming that they had seen the attackers lurking in the community, with some people even saying that they had found bloody axes in their backyards. Faced with the situation, the police also hoped to arrest the so-called Axeman of New Orleans. But there were many puzzling circumstances, such as why the attacker used the victims' belongings to harm them, why almost all of his victims were Italian and grocery store owners, and whether the 2 cases from 8 years ago were also related to him. On the evening of August 13th, 1910, an Italian grocer named August and his wife were attacked in their home. The attacker used August's meat cleaver as a weapon. On September 20th, 1910, another Italian grocer named Rosetto and his wife were brutally attacked in their home. Too many questions plagued the police, but perhaps in order to reduce public and police vigilance, the Axeman of New Orleans stopped his attacks, allowing people to enjoy 7 months of relative peace, until March 10, 1919, when a new attack occurred. Italian immigrant Charles and his wife Rosie, along with their infant daughter Mary, lived in the town of Gretna, across the Mississippi River from New Orleans. At midnight, the attacker used a chisel to break through the wooden panels of Charles's back door. The weapon used was still an axe. During the attack, Charles and Rosie suffered skull fractures. Their daughter, Mary, tragically died after sustaining a severe blow to the back of her neck from the axe. Upon hearing screams coming from Charles' house, a grocer named Giordano rushed to the scene and attempted to help the couple. However, after the incident, Rosie claimed that the attacker were Giordano and his 18-year-old son, Frank. But in reality, the elderly Giordano was already 69 years old and did not have the ability to attack anyone. Although his son, Frank, who was over 6 feet tall and strong, had the capability to carry out the attack, he weighed over 200 pounds, could not fit through the hole chiseled in the back door to enter Charles's house. Although Charles strongly denied his wife's claims and attempted to explain on behalf of the Giordano father and son, the police still arrested them. Ultimately, Frank was sentenced to death by hanging, and Giordano was sentenced to life imprisonment. Later, Charles chose to divorce Rosie because he could not bear the psychological pressure of framing others. A year after the incident, Rosie admitted that her jealousy of Giordano having a healthy son while her own daughter had died, as well as her resentment towards Giordano for not arriving in time to save her daughter, were the reasons why she chose to frame the father and son. 2 days after the Charles family attack, something happened that shocked the police, the media, and the public. Because the New Orleans newspaper received a strange letter which wrote, "They have never caught me and they never will. They have never seen me, for I am invisible, even as the ether that surrounds your earth. I am not a human being, but a spirit and a demon from the hottest hell. I am what you Orleanians and your foolish police call the Axeman." In the follow-up part of the letter, the Axeman said that at midnight next Tuesday, if someone did not play jazz at home, he would raise the axe to kill those people. Although the authenticity of this letter cannot be confirmed, on March 13, 1919, the people living in this city, especially the residents of the Italian immigrant community, did the right thing. They would rather believe that this letter was written by the Axeman of New Orleans than risk their lives to prove that it was fake. At midnight that day, the sound of jazz appeared in families and bars in the city and its suburbs. Although jazz today represents emotion and romance, improvisation and freedom, on that day, New Orleanians played jazz simply out of fear for their lives. Several months later, on August 10th, a grocery store owner named Steve was attacked while sleeping in his bedroom. During the attack, Steve suddenly woke up due to severe pain in his head. Upon waking, he saw a man standing next to him holding an axe. Due to the release of a large amount of adrenaline, Steve immediately began chasing the attacker. However, as he ran out of the house, the wound on his head reopened due to the intense movement, causing blood to flow freely. Fearing he was about to die, Steve ran to his neighbor's door and knocked, pleading for help. Then he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in the hospital. On the evening of September 3rd, Sarah, who lived alone, was attacked in her apartment. Because Sarah's neighbor heard some strange noises, she called on nearby residents to come and check on the young woman who lived alone. They first knocked on the door, but Sarah did not respond because at that moment she had already fallen into a coma. Her head had suffered severe injuries and several of her teeth had been knocked out. When the neighbors didn't get a response, they broke into Sarah's apartment. Luckily, she survived thanks to the quick rescue. After investigation, it was determined that the attacker entered Sarah's apartment through an unlocked window and used an axe as a weapon. On the evening of October 27th, Esther was awakened by a cacophony of noise. She then cautiously walked into the living room, only to find a man wielding an axe emerging from her husband's bedroom. Fearful, she did not make a sound. After the man left the house, Esther immediately found her husband Mike, an Italian grocer. At the time, the entire bedroom was splattered with blood, including a painting of the Virgin Mary, and Mike was lying in a pool of blood. Due to the severity of his head injuries, Mike died at the scene. This case was the last one committed by the Axeman of New Orleans. The story of the New Orleans Axeman was extremely terrifying, but there were several points of doubt. For example, the letter allegedly written by the Axeman of New Orleans. That letter permanently linked the Axeman to jazz, and 2 days after it was published, a composer named Joseph sold a jazz piece called The Mysterious Axeman's Jazz, Don't Scare Me Papa, to frightened people, claiming that the existence of the Axeman of New Orleans had inspired him to write it. But it was highly likely that Joseph wrote the letter, as he was the person who benefited the most from this incident. He wrote the letter, sent it to the newspapers, spreading panic, and finally sold his work to the anxious people. Anyways, like Billy the Axeman, no one can confirm the true identity of the Axeman of New Orleans, and the possibility of copycat crimes cannot be ruled out, as the police have not arrested the actual perpetrator. Who was the Axeman of New Orleans? Was he a single individual or a group of people? These questions may remain forever unanswered, but history always has its own peculiarities. Perhaps one day, just like the case of Jack the Ripper, with the rapid development of modern technology, people may uncover the true identity of this attacker. As the heat of the day gradually gave way to the coolness of the night, people stopped working, and the creaky wooden house finally began to settle down along with the people's inactivity. At midnight, the mother's arms encircled her 2-year-old son, while her 7-year-old daughter curled up behind her. The three of them drifted into sleep. However, no one heard the soft sound of the back door opening. An uninvited guest entered the quiet wooden house with an axe in his hand. By the faint moonlight, he found the oil lamp placed on the cabinet. He carefully removed the glass cover of the oil lamp, bent the wick downward, and lit it. Then, he slowly walked toward the stairs. The stairs of the wooden house were very narrow. The scent of aged pine resin could be detected on each step. Not far away, the windows of another house had also been pried open. The whole night there were no screams, only the dull thuds of a blunt instrument striking the skull over and over again. When the sun rose again, the windows of both houses were blocked with clothes, and the 6 people living inside never woke up again. The uninvited guest had long fled, taking nothing with him, leaving only his actions in the annals of unresolved criminal history. From September 1911 to June 1912, a mysterious serial killer traversed the American Midwest, leaving a trail of family murders in his wake. The Axemen and Midwest Axemen were already chilling enough. However, those newspapers, in their quest for public attention, dubbed the mysterious attacker Billy the Axeman. In those days, it was common to encounter several workers, cowboys, or vagrants named Billy on almost every street. The most ordinary name was tied to the most extreme violence, like wrapping a rusty axe blade in an old newspaper. The terrifying story of Billy the Axeman began in the Springs. This town is located in Colorado, nestled at the eastern edge of the Rocky Mountains, at the foot of Pikes Peak, and only 60 miles from the famous city of Denver. Initially, the town was known as a sanctuary for tuberculosis patients undergoing respiratory therapy. Later, the Cripple Creek Gold Rush brought gold and railways into the area, transforming it into a railway hub and a supply base. September 20th, 1911, was an uneasy Wednesday for Springs. In the morning, 2 women knocked on the door of a wooden house near the railroad tracks in Springs. They were employees of a sanatorium. Arthur, a patient at the sanatorium, was worried that something had happened to his family. His wife, Alice, and their 2 daughters hadn't visited him for 2 or 3 days. So he asked 2 employees who were on vacation to go to his house and see what had happened. After using the key given to them by Arthur to open the door, the sight before them sent a chill down their spines. All the windows and mirrors inside the house were tightly covered with clothes, which looked particularly eerie. There was a thin layer of dust on the floor and furniture, indicating that the house hadn't been cleaned for several days. With uneasy hearts, they went upstairs, where they found the remains of Alice and her 2 daughters. When the police arrived at the scene, a crowd of neighbors had already gathered around the wooden house. Before the police could enter Arthur's house, several neighbors reported an unsettling situation. There was a house nearby that looked very similar to Arthur's house, with the windows also covered tightly with clothes. The owner of the house, 24-year-old Wayne, his wife, and their 18-month-old daughter had not been seen for several days. The police immediately went to Wayne's house to investigate, where they confirmed that Wayne's family had also been killed. The two cases were so clean that they seemed almost sinister, with the doors and windows intact and the money and valuables untouched. The 6 victims had no enemies, and they had only moved to this town less than a month ago. The attacker's sole motive for the crime appears to have been murder, and the methods used were extremely brutal, with the skulls of all 6 victims being crushed. And the murder weapon was identified as a wooden axe, which had been stored in the backyard of a neighbor's house. Initially, the police cast suspicion on Arthur, as he usually returned home on weekends, and the deaths of the 6 victims also roughly coincided with weekends, making him the sole suspect for a time. However, the sanatorium staff pointed out that Arthur suffered from severe tuberculosis, a disease that left him lacking the physical strength and endurance to carry out such a brutal attack. Moreover, Arthur had never left the sanatorium during the relevant period. 2 weeks passed, just as the 2 cases in Springs were gradually stagnating due to lack of clues. A shocking family murder occurred in Monmouth, 700 or 800 miles away from Springs. On the morning of Sunday, September 30th, the congregation of the local First Presbyterian Church found the church doors still closed. Usually, William, the janitor, would come to open the church early in the morning. So, several members of the congregation decided to go to his house together to check on the situation. When they arrived at William's house, they found that all the windows were covered, which made them feel very strange. Feeling uneasy, they gently knocked on the door, only to find that it was unlocked. So they pushed the door open and walked inside. The mirrors and telephone in the house were covered with clothes, and then they walked into the bedroom, where they found the remains of William, his wife, and daughter. After investigating the scene, the police confirmed that William's family had all been killed by blunt force trauma to the head, with injuries concentrated on the head. They immediately launched a search, and a bloodhound tracked the attacker's scent to a pond near the railroad tracks, where they found the murder weapon, a blood-stained gas pipe. A small flashlight, engraved with the name Colorado Springs, was also found near the railway tracks. However, even today, there are still some difficulties in communication between different law enforcement jurisdictions, not to mention in those days. The Monmouth police did not conduct an in-depth investigation into the place name, nor did they realize that 2 similar cases had also occurred in Springs. Since the William family was white and lived in a community of people of color in the area, the police focused their investigation on 2 individuals who had had conflicts with William. After investigation and trial, one of the men was ultimately sentenced to 19 years in prison. 2 weeks after the William family murders, a woman living in Ellsworth, Kansas, began to worry about her neighbors, the Showman family. She hadn't been able to contact her good friend Pauline for several days. So, on the afternoon of October 16th, she decided to go and check on the situation herself. She walked up to their front door and gently knocked on the unlocked door. Since there was no response from inside the house, she pushed open the door and went in. After entering the house, she noticed that the windows, mirrors, and telephone were all tightly covered with clothes. However, everything in the house was neatly arranged, as if nothing was amiss. But when she walked into the bedroom, the sight before her plunged her into extreme fear and shock. It was a terrifying scene she would never forget. Showman, Pauline, and their 3 children were all found dead in bed, their heads crushed beyond recognition by a blunt object, blood soaking through the entire mattress. Initially, newspapers in 3 different locations reported on these family murders. As the reports went deeper, the media noticed that these cases had a lot of surprising similarities. Whether it was mirrors, windows, or telephones, all reflective items were covered up, the victims' heads were covered with sheets, and they were all brutally killed with blunt objects. Based on these similarities, people began to link these cases together and speculated that they might be the work of a single roaming killer with an insatiable thirst for blood. They referred to the attacker as Billy the Axeman, but because the name was so common and ordinary, there were several people named Billy on almost every street, which caused deep fear and anxiety among the public. Gradually, large, aggressive guard dogs became popular and expensive, and gun sales skyrocketed. Many people would place a loaded handgun by their bedside before going to sleep. However, after 4 family murders, the story of Billy the Axeman seems to have come to a halt. Perhaps it was because, during this period, police did indeed apprehend the serial killer. For instance, following the Showman family murder case, the police arrested 2 suspects. One was Pauline's sister's ex-husband, who had previously threatened the family. The other was named John, who was staying at a local hotel after the murder and left behind a bundle of blood-stained clothes. During prolonged police interrogation, John claimed that the bundle of clothes was something he found near the railway tracks when he got off the train. Perhaps he was simply trying to ease the public's tense nerves so that he could seize the opportunity to strike again. During the lull in the attacks, new incidents quickly dominated the newspaper headlines. For example, in April 1912, the sinking of the Titanic. Over time, the fear caused by the unidentified serial killer gradually subsided. But soon after, in Paula, Kansas, a century-old lakeside town, another shocking family murder case happened. On June 5, 1912, some women began to worry about their neighbors, the Hudsons, who had moved to the small town only a few months earlier. They hadn't seen the couple for 2 days, and because the couple's marriage was in serious trouble, Anna had been unfaithful. They feared that an angry Hudson might kill Anna and flee town. So these women forced their way into the Hudson's house, only to find 2 figures lying on the bed, covered by sheets. Faced with this horrific scene, they did not have the courage to lift the bedsheet. It was not until the helpers they had called arrived at the scene that the deaths of the Hudsons were confirmed. In addition, on the same evening, the Longmire family, who lived only a few minutes away from the Hudsons, also suffered an attack. A man removed the screen from the back window, leaned it against the wall, and entered the house. This method of breaking in was identical to that used by Billy the Axeman. Fortunately, Mrs. Longmire, who was highly strung, was awakened by some strange noises and shouted loudly to alert the rest of the family. But this action startled the attacker, causing him to flee the house in a hurry. This was the closest people ever came to the truth. A week later, perhaps the final case in the series of family murders in the Midwest occurred. The location is in Villisca, Iowa, just over 100 miles from Paola. On June 9, 1912, the Moore family, Moore, Sarah, and their 4 children, Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul, had attended Children's Day service at the Presbyterian Church in town. At around 9 p.m., 2 other girls, Lena and Ina, who were Catherine's friends, also returned to Moore's home to spend the night. Around 10:30 p.m., the lights in the Moore household went out, and everyone inside fell asleep. Later, the police investigation almost uncovered what happened next. Since the Moore family's back door was unlocked, the attacker hid in a barn near the house ahead of time. At midnight, after confirming that everyone in the house was asleep, he picked up the axe from the backyard and quietly entered the house through the unlocked back door. He first went to the kitchen, lit an oil lamp, removed the protective cover, and bent the wick downward to make the light dim. He then went upstairs. The Moores slept in bedrooms on the 2nd floor, with the 2 adults in one bedroom and the 4 children in another. The attacker first entered Moore and Sarah's bedroom and struck them with an axe, rendering them unconscious or killing them outright. Next, he rushed into the children's bedroom and did the same thing to the 4 children. After that, he went downstairs, found Lena and Ina, and knocked them unconscious with the axe as well. At this point, all the victims may have been dead, but the attackers did not stop. He returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor and methodically and brutally attacked Moore with an axe until the walls, floor, and even the ceiling of the room were splattered with blood, brain matter, and fragments of skull. After committing the brutal action, he covered the bodies of the 8 victims with bed sheets and rummaged for some coarse cloth and clothing to cover the mirrors, windows, and telephone. Finally, he left the house, carefully locking the back door. The next morning, an elderly woman noticed that there was no movement in the Moore family's house. Moore's 4 children were always noisy and rowdy. Every morning, she could see them running back and forth at the door. However, on this particular morning, the entire house was unusually quiet and lifeless. So the old woman quickly notified Moore's brother, Ross, who was a pharmacist. She hoped Ross could come over to see what had happened. Around 8 o'clock, he hurried to the Moore family's house. He first knocked lightly on the door, then shouted Moore's name loudly, but there was no response from inside the house. Realizing something was wrong, Ross took out his keys and opened the door. He cautiously entered the house to check on the situation. However, not long after, Ross stumbled out of the house. He said, "Something terrible has happened here. It's too terrible. Even if the perpetrator left traces at the crime scene, in those days there was very little awareness of the importance of preserving crime scenes. After the Moore family murder case, over 100 people entered the Moore home, destroying almost all potential evidence. One merchant even took a piece of Moore's skull and displayed it in his shop. The 6 family murders took place in 5 locations: Springs, Monmouth, Ellsworth, Paula, and Valeska. These locations are all connected by railway lines, and almost all of the victims' houses are located near the tracks. Therefore, Billy the Axeman usually traveled between different locations by train and chose his victims at random. From the perspective of criminal psychology, the motives of serial killers usually involve sex or money. However, in the cases committed by Billy the Axeman, there were no signs of sexual assault or evidence of robbery. So, regarding his motive for the crimes, only 2 possibilities remain. The first is a pure urge to kill. The second is some kind of compulsive or fantasy-driven need. This speculation is based on the fact that after each crime, he would cover the mirrors, windows, and telephones inside the house and drape the victims' faces with cloth. 6 months after the Moore family murders, a man named Henry traveled to his grandmother's home in Columbia, Missouri. There, he found the remains of his mother and grandmother, both of whom had been killed by blows to the head with an axe while in bed. At that time, people once suspected that Billy the Axeman had launched the attack again. However, after an investigation by the police, Henry was ultimately confirmed to be the murderer. It turned out that Henry had arrived at his grandmother's house a day early, brutally murdered the 2 of them, and then checked into a local hotel under an alias. The next day, he pretended to be unaware of the situation and reported the incident to the police. Henry's motive for the crime was financial hardship. He attempted to kill his mother and grandmother in order to collect insurance money. Months ago, he happened to read a detailed report about the Moore family murder case. So he tried to frame the case as the work of Billy the Axeman in order to mislead the public and the police. Afterwards, a detective suggested that Henry was Billy the Axeman. However, this speculation does not seem to hold water, as Henry's motive for murder is completely inconsistent with Billy the Axeman's modus operandi. If Henry really was the serial killer, then he would have taken the victims' valuables when he killed them. However, in the Moore family murder case, their jewelry was not taken. Although Henry was cruel, his goal was always to steal money, not to kill for no reason. In addition, in Valeska, another suspect has been charged with being Billy the Axeman. His name was Kelly. He was a missionary who had served as a pastor at many Methodist churches in North Dakota, Minnesota, Kansas, and Iowa. On the day of the incident, he attended Children's Day service with the Moore family. 5 o'clock the next morning after the incident, he left Valeska alone by train. The reason he was linked to the murder case was that shortly afterwards an elderly couple claimed that they had heard Kelly mention the Moore family murder case on the train. However, at that time, the murder case had not yet been discovered, making this detail extremely suspicious. After being arrested by the police, Kelly initially confessed to the crime. In his statement, he said, "I killed the child upstairs first, then killed the child downstairs. I knew God wanted me to do this. The idea of complete slaughter came to my mind, so I picked up the axe and went into the house to kill them." However, when the trial began, he suddenly withdrew his previous confession and pointed out that he had confessed to the crime because he had been violently beaten by the police during the interrogation. In addition, it was discovered that the elderly couple's statements were incorrect, as they could not even identify the person they had spoken to at the time. A few years ago, an article not only unveiled a new suspect, but also put forward a surprising theory. It suggested that Billy the Axeman's first crime might have taken place as early as 1898. The suspect was named Paul, a farm worker born in Germany. He was considered the prime suspect in the Newton family murder that occurred near West Brookfield in 1898. Through an in-depth analysis of the case details, the author believed that Paul's crime pattern was extremely similar to that of Billy the Axeman. Specifically, Billy the Axeman's crimes usually occurred on weekends. The victims were mostly killed in the middle of the night. The weapon used was an axe, and the crime scenes were often near railway lines. These characteristics highly matched the Newton family murder case. However, despite these surprising similarities, these pieces of evidence alone were still not sufficient to conclusively identify Paul as Billy the Axeman. More than a century has passed in the blink of an eye. The Moor's house still stands there. Today, it has become a tourist attraction where visitors can walk inside and even choose to spend the night. However, the true story seems to have been buried forever in the dust of history, beyond reach. Who was Billy the Axeman? Was he sentenced to life imprisonment for a particular case and spent the rest of his life in prison? Or did he quietly return to a normal life, get married, have children, and as time etched wrinkles on his face and turned his hair white, would he occasionally tell others about the secrets hidden in his heart? These questions may remain forever unanswered, but history always has its own peculiarities. Perhaps in one day, just like the case of Jack the Ripper, with the rapid development of modern technology, people may one day uncover the true identity of this attacker. But until then, his story will remain an unsettling enigma, quietly waiting to be solved. I killed a person. After I got home, I played with the kids and toys while watching the murder news on TV. Richard said these words expressionlessly, as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. Richard was a real monster. He was a cruel sadist, a serial killer who claims to have murdered more than 200 victims. But before his crimes were exposed, everyone thought he was a good husband and a loving father. Do you liken yourself to an assassin? An interviewer once asked Richard this question. Assassin? It sounds so exotic, Richard replied with a hint of amusement and a small smile. His face then turned serious, and he said, I was just a murderer. By now, you know what I liked most was the hunt, the challenge of what the thing was. The killing for me was secondary. I got no rise as such out of it, for the most part, but the figuring it out, the challenging, the stalking and doing it right successfully, that excited me a lot. The greater the odds against me, the more juice I got out of it. In 1930, Jersey City, New Jersey, a Polish man and an Irish woman formed a family. They had 4 children in total, and Richard was the second child. This serial killer's childhood was filled with pain and fear. His father was an alcoholic and abusive man with extremely unstable emotions, who frequently beat family members. His mother was a typical two-faced person. When faced with her husband, she was too timid to resist. When faced with Richard, this woman became extremely strict and often beat Richard with a broom. But for Richard, his father was a shadow he would never forget for the rest of his life. One day in 1941, Richard, almost 6 years old, witnessed his father, as if he had lost his mind, beating Richard's older brother, incessantly until the brother stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground. The young boy did not know what death this word meant. He only knew his brother had never returned. And his parents kept repeating to him, his older brother had fallen down the stairs, which was an accident that no one had expected. Living in this family, Richard was deeply influenced by his parents. He accepted the violence he suffered and returned it to the whole world. At the age of 10, Richard tortured and dismembered nearby cats and stray dogs, fantasizing about killing his father. In addition to his parents, Richard was also the target of bullying by problem teenagers due to his short stature. In 1948, after suffering a new round of bullying, Richard, in a fit of rage, grabbed a wooden stake from the roadside and began smashing it repeatedly against the boy who had bullied him, named Chase. Minutes later, Richard came to his senses, but Chase was already lying in a pool of blood. To prevent the police from identifying the body, Richard, only 13 years old, calmly pulled out Chase's teeth, chopped off his fingers with an axe, and then threw his body off a bridge. The murder plunged Richard into darkness. He chose to drop out of school and began to sustain himself through theft. Soon after, Richard established connections with the Gambino crime family. That's because Richard owed money to a member of this family named Roy. Since Richard did not repay the money on time, Roy sent people to beat him up. And then, Richard's physique and his tolerance for pain left a deep impression on Roy. At this point, Richard was no longer a frail young boy, but a fierce and burly man. He stood at 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed nearly 300 pounds. Later, Richard paid off his money, and Roy considered Richard his partner in crime, putting him to work selling illegal pornographic materials. robbing and beating up those who had not repaid their money. Over time, Richard's ferocity, physique, and speed in handling difficult situations caught Roy's attention. Roy wanted Richard to help the crime family do more, but Richard didn't kill anyone. He could turn into a police informant in any time. So Roy took Richard to a street, randomly selected a passerby walking his dog, ordered Richard to take him out. Without questioning the order, Richard took the gun, walked up behind the passerby, shot him in the back of the head. After that, Richard not only became Roy's favorite executioner, but also a professional contract killer, working for crime families in New York City and New Jersey. Jersey City is located in the northeastern part of New Jersey, just a few minutes' drive from Manhattan, the heart of New York City. Since 1954, Richard began regularly traveling from Jersey City to New York City, constantly prowling the west side of Manhattan in search of victims. Richard usually works for criminal families, but he has one rule: he can kill men without hesitation, but he will not kill women or children. Later, Richard recalled, once when he was about to kill a man, the man gave up resisting and knelt down to pray to God. Because Richard's mother was Catholic, so he told the man, "You have 30 minutes to pray to God and see if he will come and save your life." But God never showed up, and he never changed the circumstances, and that was that. It wasn't too nice. That's one thing. I shouldn't have done that one. I shouldn't have done it that way. It was one of the only times Richard ever expressed remorse for his actions. Richard's modus operandi was extremely varied. Shootings, stabbings, strangulations, poisonings, beatings, or various other weapons. It was said that his favorite was a nasal spray bottle filled with cyanide. Moreover, Richard would always ensure to remove the victim's fingers and teeth to prevent the police from identifying them. In 1961, an 18-year-old girl named Barbara graduated from high school and took a job as a secretary at a trucking company in New Jersey. At this time, 26-year-old Richard was already divorced. After meeting the charming Barbara, he began to pursue her relentlessly. On their first date, Richard brought Barbara flowers and gifts and invited her on a second date. Soon, the girl could see Richard waiting for her at the company entrance every evening after work and holding flowers in his hands. In September 1961, Richard and Barbara got married, but Barbara did not know. Richard had allegedly committed about 65 murders during this period. In 1970, they had already had 2 daughters and a son. In the eyes of neighbors, Richard was a rich businessman. Not only did he purchase a beautiful house with a swimming pool, but also sent all his children to expensive private schools. In everyone's eyes, Richard was more of a loving husband and caring father. He didn't drink excessively, didn't use drugs, didn't have relationships with other women, enjoyed spending quality time with his family, wrote poems for his daughter, and always took his family to Disneyland for fun. But these things only exist on the surface. Richard had hardly ever done any legitimate work. He simply earned enough money through crime to provide his family with a comfortable life. And in Barbara and the children's eyes, he was a typical two-faced person with 2 personalities. During the interview, Barbara said, "Everyone who had met Richard thought she was the luckiest person in the world, with weekly bouquets of flowers, new jewelry, and a $12,000 raccoon coat. But the truth was not so good. Although Richard always behaves well, he occasionally exhibits unpredictable, angry outbursts." Before they were married, once, Barbara and Richard were sitting in the car. She told Richard she wanted to see other people. Hearing this, Richard flew into a rage. He stabbed her in the back with a hunting knife and told her she belonged only to him, threatened to kill her entire family, and then strangled her until she lost consciousness. In reality, Barbara married Richard not only because of his threats, and also because she believed she could change him. However, reality told her that Richard would not change. During their marriage, Richard broke her nose 3 times, and on one occasion, he even tried to run her over with his car. Richard also emotionally abused the children. For example, when his daughter came home late, Richard killed her dog in front of her. Although Richard never physically abused the children, it was not because he did not want to, but because Barbara threatened Richard that if he physically abused the children, she would kill him. For decades, Richard maintained the facade of a family man by completely compartmentalizing his life. He never disclosed any information about his personal life, family, or address to the criminals he worked with, nor did he engage in any social activities outside of work. However, as he grew older, Richard made a fatal mistake. He ran a burglary group, which was the key to his eventual arrest. In 1984, an informant told the police that one of the burglary group who frequently committed burglaries in northern New Jersey was named Richard. After investigation, the police discovered that Richard not only led a burglary group, but was also linked to 5 unsolved murder cases: George, Paul, Smith, Daniel, and Mackay, and 2 of whom were Richard's accomplices. Although Richard claimed to have committed over 200 murders in his lifetime, he was only convicted of these 5 murders. The first victim, 42-year-old George. On January 30th, 1980, Richard lured George into a transaction under the pretext of selling pornographic tapes. During the transaction, Richard murdered George. On February 5th, Richard found a 55-gallon steel drum. He severed the tendons in George's legs and forced George's body into the drum. To avoid suspicion, he discarded it near a chemical plant. The second victim, 51-year-old Paul. On April 29, 1982, Paul, a pharmacist, entered a store in Paterson, New Jersey. On the surface, it was an ordinary storefront, but hidden behind it was a room filled with various stolen goods for sale. Paul's goal was to purchase a stolen drug used to treat peptic ulcers, which he planned to resell through his own pharmacy to make a huge profit. Since Richard led a burglary group, Paul and Richard made an agreement. Paul was last seen on his way to meet Richard, carrying $25,000 in cash. Later, Richard confessed to killing Paul. He claimed that he lured Paul into a rented garage and attempted to shoot him with a gun, but because the gun jammed, he beat Paul to death with a crowbar. He then stuffed Paul's body into a 55-gallon steel drum and dumped it near a motel. The third victim, 37-year-old Smith, was one of Richard's accomplices. Due to frequent burglaries, Richard's group attracted the attention of the police. In December 1982, one of the group members, House, was arrested by the police. Police also issued 2 arrest warrants for the other 2 members, Smith and Daniel. In order to hide their tracks, Richard took Smith and Daniel to a motel, but Smith disobeyed Richard's orders and left the motel without permission to visit his daughter. This thing caused Richard to worry that Smith would become a police informant. After discussing it, Richard and several other members decided to kill Smith. Richard liked to kill people with poison. He mixed cyanide into a hamburger and fed it to Smith. However, worried that Smith would struggle when he realized he was about to die, so Daniel took a rope and strangled Smith to death. The fourth victim, Daniel, was one of Richard's accomplices. After killed Smith, Richard arranged for Daniel to move into an apartment in Bergenfield that belonged to his daughter's then-fiancé, Patterson. Between February and May 1983, Daniel was murdered by Richard, and the cause of his death remains unknown. Richard even asked Patterson to help him dispose of the body. He made up a story for Patterson, saying that someone had broken into the apartment over the weekend and killed Daniel. He added that to avoid trouble with the police, they should dispose of the body and forget about the whole thing. The fifth victim, 50-year-old Mackay. On September 25, 1983, Mackay's body was found in a town park in New York State, with a distinct bullet hole in the back of his head. The police investigation revealed that on July 1, 1981, Mackay had planned to meet Richard for a deal to purchase a large quantity of blank videotapes. That day, he drove a truck carrying $95,000 in cash to meet Richard. However, Mackay never appeared again after that day. During the autopsy, the coroner discovered that Mackay's body contained ice crystals. Moreover, Mackay's wife and son claimed that Mackay was still wearing the same clothes he had on when he disappeared. These details confirm that Richard had killed Mackay and frozen his body for over 2 years. As a result, Richard earned the notorious nickname, the Iceman. In order to arrest Richard and find evidence to convict him, the police formed a joint task force with other departments. In 1985, the police arrested Richard's old friend Phil, a member of a crime family. In order to avoid arrest, Phil chose to cooperate with the police and did his best to help Dominic, an undercover police officer, establish a close relationship with Richard. Later, Dominic disguised himself as a criminal and, through Phil's connections, purchased a handgun and silencer from Richard. During the transaction, Dominic also made a request. He wanted to hire Richard to murder a wealthy Jewish cocaine dealer. Richard asked Dominic if he could provide some pure cyanide, as he preferred poison because it wouldn't make the situation worse. Richard boasted that he had killed someone by smearing cyanide on a hamburger and planned to kill a few rats, which were Richard's other two accomplices. On December 17, 1986, Richard found Dominic and obtained the cyanide used for the murder, but Richard still had doubts about this client. So, after obtaining the cyanide, Richard first smeared it on a hamburger and lured a stray dog to eat it. When he found that the cyanide did not kill the stray dog, Richard chose to go home and decided not to carry out the murder plan. However, the police discovered that the plan had been exposed. They set up roadblocks and successfully arrested Richard. During the arrest, Barbara repeatedly interfered with the police's arrest operation. So, because there was a gun in Richard's car, the police charged Barbara with gun possession as punishment. Later, prosecutors charged Richard with 5 counts of murder, 6 counts of weapons violations, attempted murder, robbery, and attempted robbery. At the press conference, the New Jersey Attorney General described Richard's motive for murder as profit, pointing out that Richard had conducted business transactions with others, and ultimately they disappeared. The money ended up in Richard's hands. During the trial, Richard's 2 accomplices, House and Deppner, whom he had intended to kill, as well as Dominic, provided evidence that was unfavorable to Richard. In March 1988, the jury found Richard guilty of murdering Smith and Daniel, but since his actions were not deemed to have directly caused the victims' deaths, Richard was sentenced to a minimum of 60 years in prison. After the trial, Richard confessed to killing Masquet and George, and was sentenced to 2 additional life sentences. Moreover, Richard also confessed to killing Paul, but the police decided not to prosecute because their case was weak, and an additional life sentence would not have any impact on Richard's sentence. In October 2005, after spending nearly 8 years in prison, Richard was diagnosed with Kawasaki disease. This rare condition primarily affects the blood vessels and can lead to serious heart problems. Then, Richard was transferred to a secure ward at St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton to receive treatment. Richard had explicitly requested that doctors perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation in the event of cardiac arrest. However, his ex-wife Barbara signed a do not resuscitate order. The week before Richard died, the hospital contacted Barbara to ask if she would revoke the directive, but she refused. On March 5, 2006, Richard died of cardiac arrest. In 2008, Barbara said in a media interview that Richard's obsession with her was almost insane, and even his last words before he died were an expression of his love for her. Barbara said that he kept telling me he loved me, and I just replied, me too, but in fact I never loved him and never told him I loved him. When asked what she thought after Richard passed away, she said, "I regret not telling him what a bastard he was, how much I hated him, and I wish the last words he heard were, how deeply I hated him." Have you ever thought about this question? Serial killers are usually arrested by the police based on key evidence, and it's rare for their neighbors and friends to figure out who they really are. Maybe you think that these demons are usually ragged, locked up in a mental hospital, and fantasies about crimes day and night. However, the reality is quite the contrary. In fact, serial killers are well aware of social norms, and they will even deliberately play socially accepted roles to conceal their abnormalities. For example, Bundy, who was not only strikingly handsome but also eloquent and politically active. Richard was the epitome of a caring father and husband. Their seemingly normal and even admirable personas were so convincing that even their closest friends never suspected them of being serial killers. If their crimes had remained hidden, they would still be lurking in society, continuing to take people's lives. For everyone, the real horror is not a grotesque face, because people will instinctively be on guard and retreat. But the unsettling dark truth is that serial killers look no different from ordinary people. Randall was born into a respectable family, not only excelling in sports but also possessing an extremely attractive appearance. In college, he was a football wide receiver. In 1974, he was recruited by the Green Bay Packers to join their training camp. Just when everyone thought he was about to become a professional player, 6 years later, Randall was dubbed the Interstate 5 Killer by the police, suspected of committing at least 20 murders, over 100 sexual assaults and robberies. The surviving victim stated that during the assault, he was keenly aware of her fear and adjusted his rhetoric accordingly. However, in the next moment, he was able to pull the trigger as if nothing had happened. On December 26, 1950, Randall was born in Salem, Oregon. His father was a manager at the telephone company. His mother was a full-time housewife. In addition to this, he had 2 older sisters. During his childhood, he lived with his sisters in Otter Rock, a picturesque seaside town. Parents always encouraged 3 children to pursue their interests. Later, the 2 older sisters chose academic paths, with one becoming a doctor and the other a lawyer. Randall followed his father's wishes and took up sports. In his teens, the boy attended Newport High School. There, he tried many sports, such as soccer, basketball, and track and field, and ultimately chose football. His athletic talent did not disappoint anyone. Before long, he became a football star at Newport High School. Even the Newport News-Times dedicated an entire page of the newspaper to praising the teenager as the pride of Newport. Neighbors also came forward to say that the boy had been polite since he was young. Although Randall excelled in sports, he had a disturbing quirk. The boy enjoyed exposing himself to women in public, a typical exhibitionist behavior. It is said that this quirk can be traced back to his junior high school days. At the age of 13, he was seen standing by the window and exposing himself. There was a perspective that Randall's exhibitionist behavior might be connected to his family. Despite Randall's affluent family background and the absence of quarrels between his parents, his mother was a perfectionist with extremely high demands for family members. At the same time, 2 elder sisters' exceptional academic performance undoubtedly put immense pressure on Randall. So, the boy gradually developed an inferiority complex, tried to prove his existence through exhibitionist behavior. In high school, Randall was arrested by the police for manually removing his trousers and touching his genitals in front of a group of teenage girls. After his arrest, in order to prevent his parents from discovering his repulsive behavior, Randall only informed his coach. Given that the boy had the potential to become an outstanding football player, the coach attempted to cover up the incident and remain silent so that Randall could continue playing. Later, Randall's parents still found out about the incident. As a respectable family, they could not accept such the thing, so they forced Randall to undergo psychological treatment. However, it only temporarily suppressed his sexual desires and did not fundamentally eliminate his sexual impulses. After graduating from high school, Randall's criminal record was expunged. He entered Treasure Valley Community College in Ontario. However, there, he was arrested for vandalizing his ex-girlfriend's apartment. Although he was acquitted due to insufficient evidence, he could no longer continue his studies there. In 1970, Randall transferred to Portland State University, and there he played as a wide receiver for the Portland State Vikings. During his college years, Randall was regarded as a football star by his fellow students, but almost no one knew that this man had been arrested multiple times for indecent exposure and convicted twice. In 1972, he was convicted of public indecency in Vancouver, Washington. In 1973, he was convicted again for the same offense in Oregon. But these incidents did not disrupt his football career. Later, Randall's football coach recalled, "When he was with me, he was the kindest, most gentlemanly kid I knew. He was quiet and polite, worked hard, and was truly worthy of guidance. He absorbed everything I tried to teach him." Randall's former teammates and peers, however, recalled that Randall led a double life. At first, he spoke in a soft voice, seemed a bit lonely, and had few friends. As time went on, he became more and more abnormal and began to do some strange things. Perhaps because he had committed minor offenses multiple times, Randall chose to drop out of school. Just when people thought his football career was over, in 1974, Randall was drafted by the Green Bay Packers as a wide receiver. This surprised many people, and even Randall's college teammates questioned the selection. He was selected? Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, Randall was cut from the team during training camp, never played a single game. Soon after, he signed with a semi-professional team, but was fired again at the end of the season. Although neither team disclosed the reason for Randall's dismissal, a detective later learned that Randall was fired because he was involved in several indecent exposure cases in the state. At the end of 1974, Randall returned to Portland with feelings of shame and resentment growing inside him, and these emotions, mixed with exhibitionism, led him start a series of robberies and sexual assaults. In 1975, several women reported to the police that they had been attacked by a man with a knife who not only robbed them of their purses but also forced them to perform oral sex on him. Later, the police took special measures, arranging for female officers to disguise themselves as ordinary women to lure the attacker into committing another offense. On March 3rd, Randall was arrested by the police. During interrogation, he confessed to the crime and claimed that it was the influence of steroids that caused him to be unable to control his sexual urges. Although this crime sentenced Randall to 10 years in prison, he only served 4 years and was paroled in July 1979. Randall's release coincided with a high school reunion, where he met up with his former classmate Ayers, who was an X-ray technician. In reality, during his 4 years in prison, Randall often corresponded with Ayers through letters. On October 9, 1980, Randall arranged to meet with Ayers. As old friends who had known each other since childhood, Ayers did not refuse the invitation. However, what awaited her was not a warm embrace, but a blow to the head with a blunt object by Randall, who then forcibly dragged her into the apartment, sexually assaulted her, and killed her. On October 11th, Ayers' fiancée found her dead in her apartment. Since she had mentioned to her family that Randall had asked to meet her, they all suspected that Randall was involved in her death. And then, police found Randall for questioning. During the questioning, police found that the man's answers were evasive and even full of lies. Although they wanted to use a lie detector to uncover the truth that Randall was hiding, but he had the right to refuse. In addition, his blood type did not match the semen found in Ayers' body, so the police ruled him out as a suspect. But Ayers' mother remained convinced that Randall was the attacker. In 2005, she contacted the Portland police and persuaded them to restart DNA testing. In 2006, it was confirmed that Randall was the attacker who killed Ayers. A month later, on the morning of November 27th, Randall traveled to northern Portland, where his old friend Darcy lived. She was the ex-girlfriend of one of his college friends. Upon entering Darcy's apartment, he discovered another person, Douglas, Darcy's boyfriend, in the apartment. Later, he tied them both up and killed them. In addition, in 2012, the police confirmed through DNA testing that Randall was the attacker. The Interstate 5, which is 1,380 miles long, starts in San Diego, California, and ends in Blaine, Washington, passing through Oregon along the way. Although most people refer to this road as the 5, in the 1980s it was also known as Death Road. In addition to Roger, who became known as the Interstate 5 Strangler, there was a disturbing serial killer on this highway, Randall, known as the Interstate 5 Killer. After killing 3 victims, Randall drove his 1974 champagne-colored Volkswagen Beetle, constantly shuttling around Interstate 5 and committing a series of robberies, sexual assaults, and murders. During the attacks, Randall usually concealed his identity by wearing a hoodie, sporting a fake beard, and applying a strip of athletic tape across his nose. Police speculate that he may have done this to conceal his physical features and prevent victims from recognizing him in police lineups. Randall's attacks were completely random, although most of his victims were slender white women in their 20s. His motives for murder were almost always because the victims rejected his sexual advances. Later, Randall claimed that he had not sexually assaulted the girls, and that he did not need to do so because the girls wanted him. Furthermore, unlike many serial killers, whose killing patterns typically have intervals or cooling-off periods, Randall's murders and other criminal acts increased in frequency. On December 9, 1980, Randall, wearing a fake beard and carrying a gun, robbed a gas station in Vancouver, Washington. 4 days later, he attacked an ice cream shop in Eugene, Oregon. A day later, he robbed a drive-in restaurant in Albany, Oregon. On December 21st, Randall arrived in Seattle, where he used a gun to force a female waitress into a restaurant bathroom and coerced her into masturbating. On January 8th, he returned to the Vancouver gas station he had robbed in December. This time, he not only took the money from the cash register, but also forced a female attendant to expose her breasts. On January 11th, he returned to Eugene and robbed a store. Immediately afterwards, on January 12th, he shot and wounded a female store clerk at a store in Sutherland, Oregon. 2 days later, Randall broke into the girl's home wearing a fake beard. He ordered the 8-year-old and 10-year-old girls to take off their clothes and sexually assaulted them. During the assault, he also forced the older girl to perform oral sex on him. 4 days later, Randall broke into an office building in Salem, sexually assaulted 2 women, Shari and Beth, and ultimately killed Shari and severely injured Beth, leaving her near death. Shari was the only victim for whom Randall was formally charged with murder. On January 26th and 29th, he committed further robberies in Eugene, Medford, and Grants Pass. On February 3rd, 37-year-old Donna and her 14-year-old daughter Janelle were found dead on a bed in their home in Mountain Gate, California. Both had been shot multiple times in the head, and forensic tests revealed that Janelle had been sexually assaulted before she was killed. On the same day, Randall went to Reading, kidnapped and sexually assaulted a female shop assistant. On February 9th, in Corvallis, Randall robbed a fabric store while wearing a fake beard and molested the clerk and her customers before leaving. 3 days later, Randall committed multiple robberies and 3 sexual assaults in Vancouver, Olympia, and Bellevue. When planning to return to Portland, Randall intended to host a Valentine's Day party at a downtown hotel. He invited friends and acquaintances from college, but no guests showed up. So he drove to the home of 18-year-old Julie, whom he had met while working as a bouncer at a bar. At around 2 a.m. on February 15th, he arrived at Julie's home. Around 4 a.m., he raped Julie and then shot her in the head, taking her life. In fact, from the first murder, Randall had been considered by the police as possibly the Interstate 5 killer. However, they had no substantial evidence or reason until the surviving Beth picked Randall out of a police lineup. On March 5th, Randall was taken in for questioning. Although the results were not entirely satisfactory, 2 days later, when the police searched his apartment, they found a bullet that matched the murder weapon and tape of the same brand used to bind the victim. On February 28th, a detective also obtained a record of Randall's phone calls. A police chief said, "All of a sudden it became obvious. It was a map of Interstate 5. Randall was addicted to the phone. He made thousands of calls. He had girlfriends everywhere." On March 16th, Randall was charged and prosecuted by multiple jurisdictions for the murder of Shari, as well as multiple counts of rape, sodomy, attempted kidnapping, armed robbery, and illegal possession of firearms. On June 26th, after 3.5 hours of deliberation, Randall was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life imprisonment plus an additional 90 years. On December, Randall was again convicted of sodomy and weapons charges in connection with the Seattle attack, adding another 35 years to his sentence. In the end, Randall was sentenced to serve time at Oregon State Prison. His father visited him briefly in prison and said that he was not the son he knew. Since then, Randall's family has not spoken about the matter. There was a tragic series of murders in Michigan. In this case, there were a total of 7 female victims. The youngest victim was only 13 years old, and the oldest was only 23. They were in the most hopeful and promising stage of their lives, yet they were murdered by a serial killer. This case took place in the Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti of Michigan. It began in 1967 and ended in 1969. Although the time was brief, but its cruelty was shocking. Before they were killed, all 7 victims were severely beaten, and the remains of several of them were even dismembered. The victim of the first murder was named Mary, an accounting student at Eastern Michigan University. In order to improve her skills, 19-year-old Mary began working part-time while studying. On the evening of July 9, 1967, because the weather was too hot, Mary told her roommate she needed to go out to get some fresh air. An hour later, Mary finished her walk around campus and slowly made her way back to the apartment. However, she didn't notice that a blue-gray Chevrolet was closely following her. As Mary passed one streetlight after another, the Chevrolet pulled up beside her. A young man leaned out of the car window and spoke, inviting Mary to go for a drive and later have a drink at his place. Mary didn't say anything. She just shook her head, declined the invitation, and continued walking toward the apartment. On September 27, 1846, a supernatural story spread through the town of Superior in Washtenaw County. It was known as the Dixboro Ghost and involved 2 murders. On August 7, 1967, the body of a woman was discovered in an abandoned farmhouse in this town. Without waiting for news story, the victim was identified as Mary through dental records. The attacker's methods were extremely brutal. Mary's chest and abdomen were stabbed dozens of times. Her fingers and feet were also severed. Based on witness testimony, the police think that Mary had been raped, but the severely decomposed state of the body erased all the evidence. 2 days later, Mary's body was taken to the funeral home. Soon, a handsome, dark-haired young man drove an old, blue-gray Chevrolet to the funeral home. He found the receptionist, said that he was a friend of Mary's, and wanted to take some photos of her as a memento before the funeral to give to Mary's parents. However, due to the relevant regulations, the receptionist refused his request. The man then tried to persuade the receptionist, saying, "You mean you can't fix her up enough so I could just get one picture of her?" But the receptionist noticed that the man didn't even have a camera, so she firmly refused his request again. As time moved to July 5, 1968, nearly a year had passed since Mary's murder. The police still hadn't found the attacker when another murder happened. Several construction workers found a female body by the roadside in the Ann Arbor, with a miniskirt wrapped around her neck. The victim of this murder was Skell, a 20-year-old art student who also attended Eastern Michigan University. She had been stabbed dozens of times and her throat was slashed, with injuries of varying degrees in other parts of her body. Initially, the police think that Skell had been dead for a long time because her upper body was in a state of decomposition. However, after the forensic experts arrived at the scene for inspection, although her head, shoulders, and chest had rotted, there were no signs of decomposition below her waist. Therefore, Skell's time of death was confirmed to be around July 1st. Moreover, there was no blood at the crime scene, which suggests that after the attacker sexually assaulted and killed the girl, he most likely buried Skell below the waist in the soil while left her upper part exposed to the air. Then, around July 4th, he moved her body to the roadside. On the evening of June 30th, Skell told her roommate, Susan, she was going to Ann Arbor to visit her boyfriend. Because it was late, she was a little afraid and hoped that Susan could accompany her to the bus station. Although they hurried there, they still missed the last bus. Since there was no other option, Susan began to persuade Skell to give up her plan to go to Ann Arbor. However, Skell insisted on visiting her boyfriend and told Susan that she planned to hitchhike. After minutes of waiting, a red and black Pontiac Bonneville pulled up beside the two girls. The driver got out of the car and asked, "Hey, you want a ride?" The man had worn a green Eastern Michigan University t-shirt, was about 6 feet tall, looked to be in his 20s, had short dark hair. In addition to the driver, there were two white men in the car. Susan felt afraid and quietly tried to dissuade Skell from getting into the car. Although she hesitated for a moment, Skell agreed to the driver's invitation, but she also promised Susan that she would call her once she arrived safely in Ann Arbor. But even after more than 2 hours, Susan still hadn't heard from Skell. So at 1:47 a.m. on July 1st, Susan reported Skell's disappearance to the police. The police connected the various clues and first prepared to interrogate Skell's boyfriend. However, the man was found to be absent without leave from the army. This also explained why this girl had chosen to hitchhike to Ann Arbor late at night to find her boyfriend. After 2 months of investigation, 2 witnesses revealed important information to the police. At around midnight on July 1st, they saw Skell and a young man walking along the roadside. Although they were unsure whether the man was the attacker, they knew that he was named John and was a 21-year-old student at Eastern Michigan University. When questioned by the police, John denied knowing Skell, insisted that on June 29th and 30th, he and his mother were in Detroit. He didn't return to Ypsilanti until the morning of July 1st, and then the police didn't verify the authenticity of this information, immediately ruled out John as a suspect. The victim in the third murder was found in a cemetery in Van Buren Township, Wayne County. On March 20th, 1969, a 23-year-old student named Louise, who was studying at the University of Michigan, posted a handwritten note on a bulletin board on campus. It said her name, dorm room number, phone number, and her desire to hitchhike to Muskegon. The reason she wanted to go to Muskegon was that she wanted to share some good news with her family because soon she would get engaged to her boyfriend and was about to move to New York City. However, on the morning of March 21st, Louise's body was found with a copy of the anti-war satirical novel Catch-22 lying beside her. The autopsy determined that Louise died around 3 a.m. on March 21st, with the cause of death being 2 gunshot wounds to the head. Although Louise was not sexually assaulted, her tights were deliberately pulled down, exposing her thighs and sanitary napkin, indicating the attacker's potential sexual motive. While people were still reeling from the shock of this murder, on March 25th, a surveyor found the body of a young woman on a wooded hill, only about 400 yards from where Skell's body had been found. The crime scene was almost too gruesome to look at. The girl had been severely beaten with a blunt object, her skull crushed. An investigator said sadly that it was the most severe injury he had seen in his 30 years as a police officer. Afterwards, the deceased was identified as 16-year-old Skelton, who went missing on March 22nd, while waiting for a friend to pick her up at the McKinney Union at Eastern Michigan University. Since Skelton was just a high school student and a drug user and dealer, people initially suspected that her murder was drug-related. But the manner of her death was strikingly similar to that of the previous victims, including a garter belt wrapped around her neck and her clothes and shoes neatly placed beside the body. As a result, Ann Arbor Police Chief formally linked this murder to the Michigan murders. In addition, police from several different jurisdictions involved in the kidnappings or disposal of the victims' remains formally consolidated the information they had in an effort to compare notes and identify a suspect. 20 investigators were also assigned specifically to investigate these 4 murders. And, apart from witness leads and forensic reports, the police hardly found any physical evidence. However, less than a month after Skelton's murder, a 5th victim was found on a desolate road in the Ypsilanti area. Although the girl was only 13 years old, the harm and torment she suffered were still terrible. She had multiple stab wounds to her chest, abdomen, and thighs. A 2-foot-long black electrical cord was wrapped around her neck, and a handkerchief had been stuffed into her mouth. The police checked local records of missing girls and found that the victim was named Dawn. The day before her body was found, Dawn was playing at her friend's house. Because the road home was rather remote, Dawn and a friend named Kid decided to walk home together. At around 7:30 p.m., Kid took a different road, while Dawn continued walking along the railroad tracks. When she reached an abandoned farmhouse, the girl encountered the attacker. The farmhouse was the first scene of the murderer's attack on Dawn, as the police found fresh bloodstains, Dawn's sweater, and a black wire of the same type inside. According to the procedure for complex cases, the police usually conduct multiple inspections of the crime scene. However, as a means of taunting the police, the attacker returned to the farmhouse a week after the crime and left a piece of cloth and a gold earring belonging to Skelton there. On May 13th, the farmhouse was burned down, and the attacker placed 5 lilac flowers evenly along the road leading to the farmhouse. Despite receiving hundreds of leads, the police investigation into the Dawn case was no closer to the truth than with the first case. 21-year-old Elizabeth was a graduate student at the University of Michigan. Someone saw her dancing with a man with long hair at a friend's party. After leaving the party, Elizabeth disappeared on her way back to her apartment. No one noticed whether the girl left the party with the man with long hair. The next day, 3 boys found Elizabeth's half-naked body in a field near another abandoned farmhouse. The autopsy revealed that the girl had been sexually assaulted, had a gunshot wound to her forehead, and had stab wounds of varying severity on other parts of her body. When claiming his daughter's body, Elizabeth's father was devastated. He said, "I don't want her body. I want her alive. I'm not here to claim her body, and I won't claim it. I raised her with all my efforts and sent her here to study. I don't want her to die." All 6 victims were dark-haired white women. Their remains were placed by the attacker in locations that were easy to find. Each victim had a piece of clothing tied around her neck, and all were in their menstrual period when they were killed. Initially, before Elizabeth was murdered, the police believed that one attacker was responsible for only 4 of the murders, and that Louise might have been killed by another attacker. With Elizabeth's death, the police reached the final conclusion that one attacker was responsible for all 6 murders. But the occurrence of the 6 murders was already unsettling. Learning that these cases were all committed by the same attacker, the whole community fell into an unprecedented panic, especially the female students living in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, as the serial killer might very well be lurking nearby, disguised as some friendly classmate. To cope with this suffocating threat, they spontaneously established a buddy system. They would not go anywhere alone unless accompanied by a trustworthy male friend or at least 3 female friends. The once common practice of hitchhiking was also abandoned, as no one could determine where the potential danger might be lurking. On July 23, 1969, Karen, a student at Eastern Michigan University, went out to buy a wig and was reported missing when she did not return to her dormitory on time. Worried that the worst might happen, the police worked day and night to find her, but to no avail. The wig shop owner was the last person to see this girl. She overheard Karen saying that she had done two foolish things in her life, buying a wig and accepting a ride on a motorcycle with a stranger. She then left the wig shop on a motorcycle with a young man, and from that point on, the 18-year-old girl disappeared completely. On July 26th, Karen's body was found. Like the other victims, this girl had been severely beaten and tortured. This time, the police learned their lesson, considering that the attacker might have returned to the scene frequently and moved the victim's body for sexual ritual purposes. They first blocked the news to prevent the media from exposing the information, then secretly removed Karen's body and left a mannequin at the scene. On the early morning of July 27th, it was pouring with rain. A police officer, enduring the heavy rain and the irritation of insects, quietly kept watch at the crime scene. The visibility on the rainy night was extremely poor, so much so that the officer didn't see a man approaching the mannequin. It wasn't until the man fled that the officer saw him and tried to pick up the radio, which had already been damaged by the rain, to report the sighting. But as early as July 25th, a patrol officer named Larry provided an important clue. At first, he just listened to the wig shop owner's description of the man who rode a motorcycle with the victim, but he realized that the person she described might be his friend, who had previously been named a suspect in Skell's murder case by the police, but was later cleared of suspicion. So Larry found John, pretending to make small talk. He inquired about John's whereabouts over the past 2 days, and John inadvertently revealed that on the day Karen disappeared, he had indeed been riding his motorcycle in that area. Later, Larry located John's ex-girlfriend and obtained 2 photographs of John. He then showed these photos to the wig shop owner and her employees. However, both women firmly insisted that the man in the photos was the one who had ridden away with the victim on the motorcycle. On the afternoon of July 27th, despite being constantly criticized by the media for letting the suspect escape, the police directly located the apartment that John shared with his roommate, Davis. During the communication, John insisted that he was being framed and that the witness identification was mistaken. Even though taking a polygraph test at the police station could prove his innocence, John still refused. The next evening, Davis saw John take out a pair of women's purple leather shoes and a wallet and put them into a box wrapped in a blanket. He then took the box and left the apartment. 30 minutes later, John returned to the apartment. Davis curiously asked whose things they were. John said he had just decided to throw away the box and its contents. On July 29th, David, John's uncle, and a state police officer ended his vacation and returned home with his family. Then, David's wife noticed many new paint marks on the basement floor, and several items were missing, including a bottle of ammonia, a box of laundry detergent, and a can of black spray paint. On the same day, the police also informed David that his nephew had become a suspect in the Michigan murders and that there was circumstantial evidence against John. For example, after digging into John's background, they found that John had a special connection with the victims of several murders. Mary and Skell were John's neighbors. Dawn was the neighbor of one of John's ex-girlfriends, and John often visited Skelton's apartment a few months before she was murdered. Moreover, they questioned John's colleagues and learned that John often described in detail to his female colleagues the injuries sustained by each victim in the Michigan murders, injuries that even the media did not know about. John said that David had provided him with these details, but upon hearing this, David pointed out that he had not revealed any information about the Michigan murders to his nephew. The next day, David scraped off the new paint in the basement and found the floor underneath covered in stains resembling human blood. So he immediately returned to the police station and reported his discovery. He stated that before he and his family went on vacation, he had let John stay in his house to look after his dog. The paint could only have been applied by John. That afternoon, the police searched the basement of David's house, where John was also there. Initially, when the forensic experts determined that the stains were not human blood, John burst into tears. He then calmly denied ever having seen Karen. However, later the forensic team did find blood in several other areas and discovered some hair and blood near the washing machine. When asked about the origin of the hair, David pointed out that his wife often cut the children's hair in the basement. What David didn't know was that Karen also had some strands of hair of the same length in her underwear. After sending the hair and blood to the laboratory, the hair found in Karen's underwear matched the hair found in the basement, and the blood also matched Karen's blood type. David's neighbors also provided clues, saying that they heard a woman screaming from David's house on the day Karen went missing. On August 1st, the police arrested John on suspicion of murdering Karen and thoroughly searched his apartment and vehicle. Upon inspection, they found blood and hair inside John's silver gray Oldsmobile Cutlass. A day later, police in California found the officers who had arrested John and informed them that John was also responsible for the death of a girl named Phillips. So, 2 police officers from Washtenaw County traveled to California to review information and confirm whether there was a connection between Phillips' murder and the murder John was suspected of committing in Michigan. As a result, they found that on June 29th, Phillips had told a close friend that she had met a student named John from Eastern Michigan University who drove a silver gray Oldsmobile Cutlass and was temporarily living with a friend in a camper trailer. Further investigation into John's whereabouts revealed that on June 21st, John and his former roommate Andrew drove to Monterey and rented a camper trailer. Phillips went missing on June 30th, and her body was found on July 13th. Similar to the victims in the Michigan murders, Phillips suffered similar stab wounds and had a piece of clothing tied around her neck. After comparing the case records, the police officially announced to the public that John was the murderer who killed Phillips. On August 19, 1970, the jury found John guilty of murdering Karen, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, even after hearing the verdict, John remained unmoved, despite his mother and sister leaving the courtroom in tears. Additionally, in response, John stood up from his chair and said, "I have 2 things to say. I believe they have done their best to give me a fair trial, and the jury has not taken their duties lightly. However, I believe the situation has been exaggerated, and I cannot receive a fair trial. What has happened in this courtroom is a mockery of justice, and I hope it will be corrected one day. Second, I have never met a girl named Karen. I have never spoken to her. I have never taken her to the wig shop. I have never taken her to my uncle's house, and I have never taken her life." John initially served his sentence at the Michigan State Prison and was transferred to the Marquette Branch Prison in 1977. In 1979, John attempted to escape from prison. He and 6 other inmates dug a tunnel more than 19 feet long and 2 feet wide beneath the prison. However, just 25 feet short of freedom, the guards caught them. In the United States, a serial killer killed 8 women over the course of 7 weeks. He usually hung out in crowded places, like shopping malls, carrying an expensive camera, approaching women, complimenting their appearance, lying that he was from a modeling agency, inviting them to participate in a so-called modeling talent show, promising to launch their modeling careers. However, once the girls got into his car, this man would drive them to remote areas, torture them, and kill them. A lot of people think that remote mountainous and forested areas are more likely to have kidnappings and accidents, but there's another problem that's just as dangerous, that people often don't think about the second scene. The so-called second scene refers to a new, temporary location outside of the originally planned site. For example, imagine a girl who decides to go shopping at the mall or attend a party. On the way, a seemingly friendly stranger invites her to get a ride or attend another party for various reasons. If she agrees, then she may be taken to a remote location where she could be kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered. The notorious beauty queen killer, Bernard, was born in Sydney, Australia on March 13, 1945. His father was an officer in the US Navy. His mother was Australian. From his childhood, this man was a sickly and unfortunate child. At birth, he nearly died for unknown reasons. At the age of 2, he nearly drowned in a swimming pool. Although there are no reports documenting this boy's childhood, during his adolescence, Bernard revealed his obsession with young girls. When girls were bathing, he would hide outside the window and peep at them. On January 4, 1963, at the age of 17, as his mind gradually became twisted, Bernard and 2 of his friends attacked and sexually assaulted a 13-year-old girl on a beach. After the case, 2 friends denied involvement in the attack, with only Bernard himself admitting to the crime. However, despite the seriousness of the crime, Bernard was only sentenced to 1 year of probation and mandatory psychological counseling. It's said that during his psychological counseling, Bernard underwent electroconvulsive therapy, but it did not suppress his violent tendencies at all. On the contrary, electric shocks became one of this serial killer's terrifying methods of torturing his victims. While time moved on to 1968, a young woman married the 23-year-old Bernard, but after only a few weeks, she chose to divorce him. Later, the young woman revealed the truth. Originally, she only discovered that Bernard's briefcase contained many photos of girls wearing swimsuits, and days later, she discovered that Bernard was trying to seduce her sister and her mother. Therefore, she had an argument with Bernard, but in the argument, he tried to kill her. In addition, Bernard was involved in a series of sexual assault cases and was taken away by the police. To avoid charges, in 1969, Bernard moved to Florida. There, he made huge strides in construction and real estate. Initially, like most people who suddenly become wealthy, Bernard moved into a luxury apartment in Boynton Beach, bought a speedboat. To participate in racing competitions, he also bought a Porsche. However, his commercial success did not stop his evil thoughts. It is well known Bernard was extremely obsessed with young women. On one trip, he keenly noticed that girls had very little guardedness toward the photographer's identity. In order to better implement his plan, he purchased several high-end cameras. After returning to Florida, Bernard often hung out in Boynton Beach, inviting girls who wanted to be photographed to his apartment. In 1971, Bernard was arrested for ordering 2 girls to strip naked and allowing him to take photographs of them. However, when he appeared in court, Bernard revealed his horrific fantasies, prompting the judge to order him to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. After the evaluation, he was determined to have a mental disorder and was unable to stand trial. In 1974, Bernard committed another crime. In the shopping center, he deceived a girl into having sex with him by lying about offering her a modeling opportunity. Although the girl filed charges against him, Bernard was only sentenced to probation and ordered to undergo psychological counseling. Since crime didn't receive the punishment it deserved, Bernard's behavior became even more despicable. In 1982, while visiting his parents in Australia, he kidnapped 2 15-year-old girls, stripped them naked, and took photographs of them. However, even though Bernard was arrested and faced charges of kidnapping and sexual assault, the case was repeatedly delayed, and Bernard was granted bail with the help of his parents, allowed to travel freely between the United States and Australia. Later, back in Florida, Bernard attacked 2 more girls. In 1984, Bernard embarked on a 7-week crime spree, during which this beast murdered at least 8 women. Since the victims were all attractive women with modeling potential, he became known as the Beauty Queen Killer. His first known victim was 20-year-old Teresa, a model who had competed in the Miss Florida beauty pageant and went missing in Miami on February 26th. On March 4th, 23-year-old Elizabeth, a Florida Miss finalist and high school teacher, also went missing in Miami. A few hours before her disappearance, Elizabeth met with her parents. Her father noticed bruises on her arms and legs. Though her parents wanted to help, Elizabeth merely explained that she had been injured in a fight with other students. A few days later, the police linked the disappearance of the 2 women to Bernard. On the day Teresa went missing, she was working at a car race. Bernard was also participating in the race that day, and at around 1 p.m., Teresa left the track with a man who looked similar to Bernard. Elizabeth was Bernard's ex-girlfriend, and she was last seen at a gas station with a man who looked similar to Bernard. Upon learning that he had become a suspect, Bernard left Miami. Then, on March 18th, 21-year-old Anne Ferguson went missing from a shopping mall on Merritt Island. 5 days later, Anne's body was found in Canaveral Groves. She had been strangled to death. Her body showed signs of varying degrees of physical abuse, so much so that the police had to identify her through dental records. 3 days before Anne's body was found, on March 20th, Linda Grover, a 19-year-old Florida State University student, was kidnapped by Bernard. He invited Linda into his car on the pretext of modeling work. However, after Linda got into the car, he tied her up with a blanket and then took her to a motel in Georgia. There, Linda was sexually assaulted and tortured for several hours. Despite the difficulties, Linda managed to save herself. She locked herself in the bathroom and frantically banged on the walls to attract attention. Meanwhile, Bernard realized that his crime was about to be exposed, so he drove away from Georgia and began his escape. On March 21st, Diane, a 23-year-old woman, told her husband that an Australian man had been asking to take her picture, saying he would get her into modeling, and she refused him because the lie was so obvious. However, 2 days later, Diane disappeared. Her car was gone too. On March 25th, 21-year-old Wendy went missing from a shopping mall in Oklahoma City. A day later, Diane's body was found with multiple stab wounds and signs of having been tied up with rope. On the same day, Wendy's body was also found. In addition, Diane's car was found by the police, and after inspection, the police found a sample of Anne's hair inside Diane's car. On March 29th, Cheryl, 18-year-old girl, was taken away by Bernard at a shopping mall in Colorado. A day later, Cheryl and Bernard appeared together at the only point where the four states meet, the Four Corners Monument. After that, Cheryl disappeared completely until May 3rd, when her body was found. Her death time was confirmed as March 31st. On April 1st, Las Vegas hosted a fashion show. This show provided models who wanted to become famous with the opportunity to appear on magazine covers. At that time, someone happened to take a photo of Bernard sitting in a chair, his eyes fixed on Michelle, a 17-year-old model wearing a miniskirt. After the fashion show ended, Michelle disappeared. The last time anyone saw this charming girl alive was when she left the scene with Bernard. At that time, from the police point of view, Bernard was involved in several murders and kidnappings across the country. Therefore, in order to end the crime of the beast, on April 3rd, the FBI included him in the list of the 10 most wanted fugitives. However, the next day, Bernard kidnapped 16-year-old Marie in California. But he didn't kill the girl, perhaps because he knew he was wanted by the police and it would be difficult to lure anyone else. So he kidnapped Marie and made her help him lure victims. Fearing for her life, Marie agreed to Bernard's request. Within a few days, they had crossed Arizona, Missouri, and Illinois. On April 10th, they arrived in Indiana. There, Marie helped Bernard kidnap 16-year-old Dawnette. Over the course of 2 days, Dawnette suffered repeated torture and sexual assault. When they arrived in New York State, Bernard took Dawnette to a forest, where he tried to strangle her and stabbed her. Afterwards, mistakenly believing that the girl was dead, Bernard left the scene. However, Dawnette didn't die, and she also received help from a truck driver. While receiving treatment, Dawnette revealed important information to the police, that Bernard would flee to Canada. On April 12th, Bernard and Marie kidnapped 33-year-old Beth at a shopping mall in Victor, New York. Without hesitation, Bernard shot her dead and dumped her body in a gravel pit. He then took Marie to the airport and bought her a ticket, saying that he hoped Marie would not witness his death. No one knows why this serial killer decided not to kill Marie. "Why did I survive and they didn't? I don't know. That's everyone's question," Marie said. "I never screamed. I never retaliated. I succumbed and, was vulnerable to him." On April 13th, at a gas station in Colebrook, only 12 miles from the Canadian border, 2 state troopers, Jellison and Wayne, encountered a man behaving very strangely. At first, they just thought they needed to check the man's ID, but as they approached him, the man nervously pulled a handgun from inside the car. So Jellison and Wayne also drew their guns and aimed them at him. After a few minutes of standoff, Jellison managed to grab the man from behind. However, the man aimed directly at his own abdomen, shot through his body, and hit Jellison. Then the man shot himself in the chest, with the bullet striking his heart, causing him to die instantly. After confirmation, the deceased was identified as the long fugitive Bernard. Afterwards, many people believed that the things Bernard said to Marie and his actions confirmed that he had already had suicidal thoughts. But no matter what, his death means that the series of crimes he committed will never be brought to trial. Later, Bernard was cremated in Florida, and the man left behind personal assets worth nearly $7 million. A serial killer has almost vanished from the annals of American criminal history. Even though this person was dead, his crimes are still unsettling to everyone. Troubled childhood and personality flaws plunged him into a quagmire of self-doubt. Mental illness and financial difficulties gave rise to his criminal minds, and violence have always been part of his life. Thomas Andrew Williamson, on April 23, 1831, this man was born in the town of Mackinac, Illinois. He had 4 siblings, and one of the sisters' husbands got him caught up in a murder case. As a wealthy farmer, Reuben, Thomas's father, owned his own farm. However, Reuben was an extremely strict person. Even when his children were still in their naive and ignorant years, he would force them to work, allowing no relaxation or laziness. The slightest inattentive behavior would be met with his severe scolding. This man profoundly influenced Thomas's character and behavior. At the age of 10, Thomas began stealing and committed several burglaries in the small town. 3 years later, Thomas, who often hung out with bad boys, found that stealing was no longer enough to satisfy him, so he tried to rob a store. Although this boy was arrested and sent to prison, Thomas had by then become a complete villain. Due to his age, Thomas was found not guilty. Over the next 5 years, the boy hung around his father and uncle, helping them with their work and relieving their stress. Just when everyone thought Thomas had changed his ways, he was arrested again for stealing a horse and sent to prison, although he only served a week's sentence. After his release from prison, Thomas joined the Union Army, he believing that military life might help him change himself. However, during his service, he continued to steal pocket watches and other valuable small items from his comrades. When the year 1868 arrived, Thomas, together with his sister's husband Schivler and a friend named Harkett, went to visit August, a German-American who lived in Draven. They first got August drunk by making him drink alcohol, and the three men then attempted to cheat August out of his money by cheating at cards. However, August discovered their actions, and it was clear that a very heated argument had taken place. Due to emotional instability, Thomas, with the assistance of Schivler and Harkett, murdered August, buried him beneath the house. Shortly thereafter, Schivler and Harkett were arrested one after another. Although Thomas initially managed to evade capture, he was eventually arrested in Springfield. Later, all three men were sentenced to death by hanging. However, a few days before the execution, Thomas's lawyers made a last-minute effort and persuaded the then-governor to commute his sentence to 20 years imprisonment. Thomas, he spent 11 years in prison. Due to his personality, he just worked constantly, earning a little money. On April 1st, 1879, Thomas was released from prison and he returned to Mackinac, only to learn that his father had passed away. So after working locally for a while, he moved to Missouri. And later, Thomas continued to wander around the state and neighboring Kansas, committing various petty crimes. In January 1877, Thomas married 57-year-old Susan in Centralia, Missouri. Although the couple had a strong relationship, poverty forced them to wander around Missouri, selling goods to interested buyers in order to make a living. The following year, they met an elderly man who suggested they go to Sedalia to seek opportunities for development, claiming that the local mayor might be able to find suitable jobs for them. In 1889, after 10 years of hard work, the couple had a cabin of their own, 6 miles away of Sedalia. However, at some point in September or October, Thomas sold the cabin to someone else. He moved alone to the city and supported himself by doing odd jobs. His wife, Susan, mysteriously disappeared, was never seen again. When asked about Susan's whereabouts, Thomas claimed that she had gone to visit relatives in Illinois and would be back with him soon. After some time had passed, Thomas said that Susan had died in Illinois from renal colic. Due to his family's poverty, he could not afford the cost of transporting her body, so he had no choice but to bury her locally. Although some people expressed doubts about Thomas's account, no one really cared about Susan's life or death, so the incident was soon forgotten. The only person who had doubts about this was the new owner of the cabin, Dan, because Thomas had warned him not to dig up the soil carelessly, claiming that he had planted parsnip there. Because of unemployment, Thomas searched for job opportunities throughout Sedalia and eventually found work as a farm laborer on a farm. The farm was run by a 59-year-old man named Moore and his 29-year-old son Charles. However, in early May 1890, Charles mysteriously disappeared, but his disappearance did not attract much attention. A week later, Moore also disappeared. Moore had purchased some railroad tracks from his neighbor and promised to pay for them soon, but as the payment date approached, Moore failed to show up. So the neighbor went to Moore's farm, but he only found Thomas. When asked about the whereabouts of the farm owners, he replied that he had not seen them and had no obligation to look after them. These words made people suspicious, because just the day before, several workers had seen Thomas moving soil into Moore's house. Days later, neighbors organized a search team to look for Moore and his son. On the same day, the police received a report that an elderly man had attempted suicide by taking medication, was lying on the ground in the park, convulsing. When the police arrived at the park, the man was identified as 59-year-old Thomas. Because he had not taken many drugs, he was rescued. When asked why he wanted to commit suicide, he said that he was tired of his exhausting and tormented life. He just wanted to go to heaven to see God. Meanwhile, the search team conducted a thorough search of the Moore farm. Not long after, they discovered Moore's body in the cellar of the house. His skull had been brutally split open by an axe. That same evening, Charles's body was also found in a field on the farm that was not planted with crops. Like his father, he died from fatal injuries inflicted by an axe. These two brutal murders shocked the local community. Due to various factors, the villagers linked these clues to Thomas and unanimously believed that he was the murderer. And Thomas attempted suicide because his crimes were about to be exposed. In order to protect Thomas from being lynched by angry villagers, the old man was immediately arrested and imprisoned. As the case continued to unfold, rumors about the old man had also killed Susan began to spread locally. Hearing this, Dan and a neighbor decided to take action. They went to the cabin and dug up the spot that Thomas had warned him not to excavate. However, Susan's body was found there, curled up in a fetal position. Later, after initial examination, the coroner confirmed that Susan's manner of death was highly suspicious. So everyone unanimously agreed that the three victims had been murdered by Thomas. While awaiting the trial, Thomas admitted to killing Moore and his son, claimed that he did it to pay off a $300 debt. This statement sparked discussions among the people and led to suspicions that Moore's ex-wife had hired Thomas to kill Moore and Charles. As a result, Moore's ex-wife and her son William were arrested, but due to insufficient evidence, they were soon released. As the trial approached, Thomas changed his story again, claiming that he was only an accomplice who helped bury Moore and Charles. He would plead guilty to that charge, but not murder. At the hearing for the case, onlookers noticed that the hat Thomas was wearing bore a striking resemblance to Moore's hat, and the indentation on that hat perfectly matched Charles's head wound. As a result, no one believed Thomas was not the murderer. On November 30th, 1890, Thomas was formally charged. When faced with questions from journalists, the man remained indifferent and unmoved, admitting that he had not carefully read the indictment and hoping to be acquitted. This case had a huge social impact. The judge even ordered all other trials to be suspended. After 2 weeks of tense proceedings, the jury unanimously found Thomas guilty. Because the crime was serious, the judge sentenced him to death. After the death sentence was handed down, Thomas's lawyers repeatedly appealed the verdict. Ultimately, the Supreme Court issued its ruling, finding Thomas guilty and sentencing him to be hanged on October 31st, 1891. Later, when questioned by journalists, Thomas said he was mentally prepared and didn't care when the execution would happen. He also wrote a letter to the governor of Missouri, asking for a public hanging. On the morning of the execution, the infamous Thomas climbed onto the gallows and confessed all his crimes to everyone present. His final words were, "I should have been hanged 30 years ago." He was then fitted with a black hood, and the noose was placed around his neck. After the sheriff prayed for God to have mercy on his soul, he was executed by hanging. Since no one claimed his body, Thomas was buried in a pauper's grave. In the 1960s, a horrific crime in Manchester, UK, shocked the region. A woman who had been abused as a child and a man who enjoyed hurting animals, both extreme sadists, became the Moore's murderers. They kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and murdered 5 teenagers. Saddleworth Moor, once peaceful and picturesque, became a place of terror at the hands of this couple. To this day, despite extensive searches, the location of one victim's body remains unknown. On July 12, 1963, Hindley was driving a van in Manchester, with Brady following on a motorbike. At around 7:30 p.m., 16-year-old Pauline Red, on her way to a club to dance with friends, was approached by the van. Hindley offered her a lift and asked her to help her find an expensive glove on Saddleworth Moor. Seeing the woman driver, Pauline agreed. On arrival, a motorbike also arrived. Although initially frightened, Pauline was told the biker was there to help. Half an hour later, Brady returned alone with Pauline near death, her clothes torn and her throat almost cut. When Hindley asked if he had sexually assaulted Pauline, Brady replied, "I certainly did." Then they buried the body together. On January 2nd, 1938, Ian Brady was born in the Gorbals area of Glasgow. His mother, an unwed tea-room waitress, never revealed his father's identity, though it was rumored to be a newspaper reporter who died before Brady's birth. A few months later, Brady was given to a local couple for upbringing, yet his birth mother visited him throughout his childhood. At 9 years old, Brady moved with his adoptive parents to Loch Lomond, Scotland, one of the UK's largest freshwater lakes. There, he developed a love for the outdoors. However, Brady exhibited cruelty to animals from a young age. Despite his denials, reports claimed he bragged about killing his first cat at 10 years old, burning another cat and a dog alive, and decapitating a rabbit. When he was a teenager, Brady was tried twice for breaking and entering, leading to his expulsion from school. He then worked as a T-boy in a shipyard. Brady once had a girlfriend, but when she attended a dance with another boy, he threatened her with a switchblade, resulting in new charges. Before turning 17, Brady was given probation, with the condition of living with his mother, who had moved to Manchester and married an Irish fruit merchant. Less than a year after moving to Manchester, Brady was arrested for stealing lead seals and attempting to smuggle them out of a market. Sentenced to 3 months in a reformatory for juvenile offenders, then he was released and returned to Manchester, taking up manual labor, which he despised. To better himself, Brady borrowed an instruction manual from the local library and studied in his room for months, surprising his parents as he had never been interested in learning. In 1959, at 21 years old, Brady applied for a stock clerk position at Millward's Merchandising, a chemical wholesale distribution company in Gorton. Colleagues described him as a quiet and punctual young man, albeit with a bad temper. But unbeknownst to them, Brady was a fervent Nazi sympathizer, deeply interested in and actively spreading Nazi ideology in the UK. He often read related books, including Mein Kampf, and taught himself German. Myra Hindley, born on July 23, 1942, in Crumpsall, Manchester, had a violent childhood. Her father, a former soldier, was an alcoholic who abused her and her mother. At 8 years old, after being bullied by a boy, she was forced by her father to seek revenge, embedding violence in her psyche. In June 1957, at 13 years old, Hindley was invited by her friend Michael Higgins, also 13 years old, to swim at a derelict reservoir. Though she agreed, but she went elsewhere with another friend. While Michael drowned there, this incident haunted her with guilt. Hindley's first job was as a junior clerk at an electrical engineering firm, where she was popular for fetching things and making tea for colleagues. Even when she lost her first week's wages, they pitched in to help her. At 17, she became engaged to a young man but called it off months later, deeming him immature and unable to provide the life she desired. In January 1961, at 18, Hindley joined Millward's Merchandising as a typist. She was instantly attracted to Ian Brady, noting details about him in her diary. They had their first conversation on July 27, 1961, and went to the cinema together on December 22nd. Brady read her books about Germany, and they often discussed German atrocities during lunch. Despite expressing concerns about Brady's character in letters, she was deeply infatuated, writing that he had convinced her there was no God and she believed whatever he said. Under his influence, she adopted an Aryan look, bleaching her hair blonde and wearing dark red lipstick, and dressed in boots, short skirts, and leather jackets. The couple frequented libraries, reading about philosophy, crime, and torture. In 1963, Brady and Hindley planned a bank robbery. Hindley got her driver's license and met the chairman of a rifle club, who showed her local shooting ranges and arranged for her to buy a rifle from a Manchester gun dealer. However, her poor shooting skills and temper made the robbery plan fail. Brady then became interested in photography, buying camera and darkroom equipment, and the couple took many explicit photos of each other. In July 1963, Brady read a novel about two wealthy young men who murder a 12-year-old to avoid the death penalty, which inspired him to commit the perfect murder. On July 12th, they killed Pauline, their first victim. On the evening of November 23, 1963, Brady and Hindley offered 12-year-old John Kilbride a ride in Ashton-under-Lyne, promising him sherry. Once in the car, they claimed to retrieve the sherry and later suggested a detour to Saddleworth Moor to find Hindley's lost glove. Upon arrival, Brady took John out, while Hindley waited in the car. Brady then sexually assaulted John, slit his throat with a 6-inch serrated knife, strangled him with a shoelace or rope, and buried his body in a shallow grave. On the evening of June 16, 1964, Hindley drove her mini pickup and asked 12-year-old Keith Bennett to help load boxes into the car, promising a ride home, and Brady was in the back seat. They went to a Saddleworth Moor parking spot, and Brady and Bennett got out to look for lost gloves. About 30 minutes later, Brady returned alone with a shovel he'd hidden earlier. He admitted to Hindley that he had sexually assaulted and strangled Bennett with a rope. On December 26, 1964, Brady and Hindley noticed 10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey alone in Ann Coates' playground. They approached her, dropped some items, and asked her to help load a parcel into the car, then taking her to Hindley's house. There, Downey was stripped, gagged, and forced to pose for photos before being sexually assaulted and strangled. and the attack was recorded on a tape with Brady and Hindley's voices heard over the victims' screams and pleas. The next morning, they drove Downey to Saddleworth Moor and buried her naked body in a shallow grave. On the evening of October 6, 1965, Hindley dropped Brady at Manchester Central Station while she waited in the car. Then Brady selected a victim, 17-year-old Edward Evans, an engineering apprentice, and Brady introduced Hindley to Evans as his sister, and they went to Hindley's house together, drinking a bottle of wine along the way. Once home, Brady sent Hindley to get her brother-in-law Smith. Despite her family's disapproval of her sister's marriage to Smith, Brady had been befriending Smith, which worried Hindley as she feared Smith might jeopardize their safety, but she still brought Smith back and had him wait outside for a signal. When the signal came, Smith entered and talked with Brady, asked Smith if he had brought a mini bottle, and asked him to wait in the kitchen. Smith then heard a high-pitched scream followed by continuous screams. Hindley shouted, "Dave, help him!" Smith ran into the living room and saw a young man lying on the sofa with Brady standing beside him, axe in hand, ready to strike. Then Smith heard the axe hit the left side of the man's head and saw Brady binding Evans with electric wire. Since Evans's body was too heavy for Brady to lift into the car alone, Brady wrapped it in plastic and placed it in the spare bedroom for later disposal. After Evans's murder, Smith agreed to return at dawn the next day with his daughter's pram to help move the body. He went home at around 3 a.m., but vomited due to what he had seen and told his wife everything. At 6:10 a.m., he called the police from a phone box in the estate with a screwdriver and bread knife for protection against himself. Then he was taken to Hyde Police Station by police car and recounted the previous night's events. Then the police went to Hindley's house. A policeman in a bread delivery uniform, hiding his face with his coat, asked Hindley at the back door if she had a husband or any men inside. She denied it, but after the policeman revealed his identity, she led him into the living room. Brady was writing a letter to his employer about his ankle injury. The policeman claimed to be investigating a violent incident from the night before involving firearms. Hindley denied knowledge of any violence and allowed the police to search the house. When asked for the key to the locked spare bedroom, she claimed it was left at her workplace, but under the policeman's insistence, Brady made her hand over the key. The police found Evans's body, and Brady was arrested for murder. He said, "I had a fight with Evans and things got out of hand." Although Hindley wasn't arrested, she asked to go to the police station with Brady, taking her dog. She refused to comment on Evans's death, claiming it was an accident, and was allowed to go home on condition she returned the next day. Over the following 4 days, Hindley visited her employer to ask for dismissal to claim unemployment benefits. Once she found an envelope belonging to Brady and burned it in the ashtray, claiming she didn't open it but suspected it contained plans for a bank robbery. Meanwhile, the police uncovered more evidence and were convinced of Hindley's active involvement in the murders of Evans and potentially other victims. On October 11th, she was arrested and detained, charged as an accomplice to Evans' murder. During a search of the house, police found an old exercise book named John Kilbride, leading them to suspect Brady and Hindley's involvement in other unsolved disappearances of children and teenagers. Brady told the police that he had a fight with Evans, insisted the murder was committed by him and Smith together, with Hindley only giving false testimony. Smith mentioned Brady's interest in the train station, but was unaware of the contents or location of the suitcases. On October 15th, the police found Brady's suitcases at Manchester Central Station. One contained 9 pornographic photos of a young girl, later identified as Downey, and a 16-minute tape recording of a girl named Leslie Ann Weston screaming, crying, and begging to go home. The police asked Downey's mother to view 2 photos for identification, which she confirmed as her daughter's, and also identified the voice on the tape as her daughter's. A neighbor revealed that Brady and Hindley had taken him to Saddleworth Moor multiple times, suggesting the remains might be buried nearby. The police immediately began a search and found an arm bone protruding from the peat on October 16th, initially thought to be John's but later confirmed as Downey's, with her body still recognizable and her mother identifying the clothes buried in the grave. In addition to crime scene photos, the suitcases contained pictures of Saddleworth Moor's scenery. Smith had told the police that Brady bragged about having photographic evidence of multiple murders. On October 21st, the police found John's severely decomposed body, identified by his mother through clothing. The same day, the imprisoned Brady and Hindley appeared at Hyde Magistrates Court charged with Downey's murder. The investigators also suspected Brady and Hindley of murdering other children and teenagers who had disappeared from Manchester and its surrounding areas in recent years. After John's body was found, the search continued for a while but was called off in November with the onset of winter. Various newspapers were keen to point out possible other victims of the Moors murderers, including Pauline and Bennett. During the trial, Brady admitted photographing Downey but claimed she was taken by two men. On December 2nd, he was charged with the murders of John, Downey, and Evans, while Hindley was charged with the murders of Downey and Evans and being an accomplice in John's murder. At the committal proceedings on December 6th, the prosecution's opening statement was made in a divided court rather than a public one, and the defense's similar request was denied. In December, 3 judges continued the proceedings for 11 days before sending the 2 defendants to Chester Assizes for trial. Many photos taken by Brady and Hindley at Saddleworth Moor featured her dog puppet, sometimes with a puppy. To help determine the photos' dates, detectives had a vet examine the dog to estimate its age, which required general anesthesia and led to the dog's death. Hindley was furious, accusing the police of murder, one of the rare times she showed emotion in front of them. On April 19, 1966, a 14-day trial began at Chester Crown Court. For the safety of Brady and Hindley, the court installed bulletproof glass and took other security measures. Journalists worldwide booked most hotel rooms in the city to cover the case, and spectators gathered outside the court daily, even after long travels. Initially, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Eventually, Brady admitted axing Evans but blamed others for the murder, while Hindley denied involvement and accused Brady. However, when the 16-minute tape recording was played in court, featuring the voices of Brady and Hindley, it contradicted Hindley's various defenses regarding Downey's death. On May 6th, after over 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Brady guilty of 3 murders and Hindley guilty of 2 murders and 1 count of harboring a criminal. The judge sentenced both to life imprisonment, emphasizing they should spend a very long time in prison. Throughout the trial, both persisted in lying. Hindley was described as a quiet, restrained, and cold-blooded person, while the judge deemed Brady incredibly evil and unlikely to reform. Brady was later moved to Ashworth Hospital for psychiatric care, but refused to cooperate with psychiatrists. He died there in 2017. Hindley's appeal after the trial failed. She maintained contact with Brady until 1971 and even developed a relationship with a prison officer, planning an escape that never succeeded. In 1985, her minimum sentence was extended to 30 years. She was transferred to a medium-security prison in 1994 but was repeatedly denied release upon appeal. Hindley passed away in 2002 due to bronchopneumonia. Bennett's body has never been located. In 2003, police launched a search operation for Bennett's body at Saddleworth Moor, utilizing advanced resources like reconnaissance satellites capable of detecting soil disturbance. Despite these efforts, the search for Bennett proved fruitless. On September 30, 2022, police resumed the search in the bog after an amateur investigator reported finding a skull. However, on October 7th, they announced the end of the search, having found no traces of human remains. In the annals of criminal history, certain individuals are eternally condemned for their heinous and atrocious deeds, and Luis Garavito is one such figure. Known as the Beast, he is Colombia's most infamous serial killer and one of the most brutal child murderers in modern crime history. During the 1980s and 1990s, he preyed on the most vulnerable in society, poor and homeless children, committing hundreds of murders. He not only killed these young victims but also subjected them to prolonged torture and sexual abuse. When many of the victims were found, they showed clear signs of extreme suffering, painting a horrifying and chilling picture that continues to haunt those who learn of his crimes. On January 25, 1957, Garavito was born in Genova, Quindio, a small town in Colombia. Despite its beautiful natural surroundings, the town suffered from severe economic and social underdevelopment, lacking basic education and healthcare resources. This meant the local security situation was dire, with high crime rates, leaving residents living in constant fear and insecurity. Garavito's family was really poor, and he and his siblings grew up not only neglected but also frequently abused. His dad was violent and harsh, and his mom, though gentle, couldn't protect the kids from their dad's brutality because she couldn't say much in the household. She herself was often abused by her husband. Garavito was a victim of bullying at school as well. Because he wore glasses, he was often teased and bullied by his classmates. During breaks, he would hide alone in quiet corners, too scared to talk to anyone, leaving him lonely. By the time he got to 5th grade, His dad made him stop going to school and get a job, and he wasn't allowed to make friends or even talk to girls. A year later, Garavito's father took him to get vaccinated, but this experience turned into a nightmare. There, he was sexually assaulted by a pharmacist, who was not only their neighbor, but also a devout religious figure closely connected to his father. It is said that the pharmacist subjected him to cruel abuse, including biting and cutting him. After this incident, Garavito's personality changed drastically. He became extremely withdrawn and developed a violent temper, even killed and dissected 2 small birds and started acting inappropriately with his younger brothers and sisters. In 1971, Garavito's family moved to Trujillo, an unremarkable small town, but life there did not bring him peace. Shortly after arriving, a neighbor, under the guise of showing him heterosexual pornography, mocked his aversion to such content and even physically assaulted and sexually abused him. This traumatic experience led Garavito to turn to alcohol, which he was introduced to through his family. Over time, he became deeply addicted, and alcoholism became an inescapable vice in his life. In 1972, he officially began his criminal activities. He first attempted to date a local woman but was rejected. A few days later, he was kicked out of his home by his mother after trying to sodomize a 5-year-old boy. A year later, at the Bogotá train station, he attempted to assault a 6-year-old boy. The boy's screams attracted passersby, and Garavito was arrested on the spot. When the police questioned him, he said he just wanted to gently molest the child, not sexually assault him. His dad later told him off, saying that he should have targeted women instead of men. Things got so bad between him and his family that he was disowned for his homosexual actions and cut off from his family. After that, Garavito's life was pretty rocky. He started off working as an assistant at a foundation and then got a job at a retail chain where he studied marketing. But he lost the job in the end because he got into a lot of physical fights with customers, colleagues, and his boss. He tried various jobs, including street vending and manual labor, but never found a stable direction in life. Then he got a job at a coffee plantation in Trujillo, and that's where he met Mary. She was a single mother and a school teacher. The two hit it off and even started going to church together every week. But Garavito's drinking got the better of him, and it didn't take long for the relationship to go down the pan. When he was sober, he was a loving boyfriend, but when he got drunk, he turned into a right nasty piece of work, verbally abusing Mary and trying to control her. In the end, she left him and took her child with her. When he was 21, Garavito started going to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, trying to get over his addiction. At around the same time, he also converted to Pentecostalism, seemingly trying to turn his life around. But his relationship with his family was still going down the pan. His sister Esther was the only one who wanted to stay in touch with him, but she gradually lost touch because of his drinking problems. He then moved to Armenia, where he found a new job at a bakery. He went to church there a lot, and he'd pray with so much emotion, he'd even hit his chest. But despite all this, he just kept going downhill, visiting Valencia Park to hire child sex workers. On one occasion, after being fired from his job following a conflict with a coworker, Garavito felt hopeless and attempted suicide, though he failed. He then decided to seek treatment at the San Juan de Dios hospital, where he was hospitalized multiple times in the spring of 1980. During his stays, he expressed deep despair to the doctors, claiming he felt worthless. Despite showing clear signs of psychopathy and binge eating, the doctors diagnosed him with depression and prescribed antipsychotic medication. To explain his suicide attempt, Garavito told the doctors that he longed to have a child and even start a family. In reality, his struggles with erectile dysfunction while drunk made it impossible for him to form normal, intimate relationships with women. This frustration caused him immense pain, leading him to often lash out at his partners, venting his hatred and resentment toward his family. In the summer of 1980, Garavito got himself a new job at a supermarket in Armenia, Antioquia. He had a 2-hour lunch break every Thursday and Sunday afternoon. During this time, he started a short relationship with a single mother and beautician called Claudia. But the relationship didn't last long because Claudia thought he wasn't earning enough to meet her financial needs. To deal with his inner emptiness and pain, Garavito started spending time with the street kids in the area. He'd use his lunch breaks to sexually abuse homeless kids in the Quimbaya and Calarca regions. By autumn, he was getting even more brutal. He started carrying razor blades, candles, and a lighter with him, and even pulled out one of his teeth to bite the children more effectively. After each crime, Garavito would write the victim's name in a blue notebook and pray for them. But soon after, he would fall into depression and guilt, plagued by nightmares about the victims and waking up in tears. To avoid this pain, he often walked naked around his room, beating his chest and trying to justify his actions by reading the Bible. He was into Christianity and Catholicism at first, but then got into astrology, tarot, and even Satanism after a friend gave him some esoteric book. After reading Adolf Hitler's autobiography, Mein Kampf, he started to identify with the Nazi leader a lot because they both had difficult childhoods, were gay, and had spent years wandering. He got really into Hitler and the mass graves of the Holocaust, even telling investigators that he admired concentration camps. On the 25th of January 1984, Garavito turned 27 and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital after suffering a mental breakdown. He spent 33 days there, and the doctors gave him antipsychotic medication and recommended psychotherapy for depression. But after being discharged on the 28th of February, he ignored the medical advice and fled to Pereira in the Risaralda department. There, he molested 2 kids and sent their photos to his sister. When the police revealed who he was, he quickly fled the city, taking tools like scalpels, candles, and razor blades with him. By this time, he had sexually assaulted over 100 children. During this time, Garavito became obsessed with a terrorist who claimed to be a Vietnam War veteran and had murdered his mother and several others at a restaurant in Bogotá in December 1986. Garavito was jealous of the attention the terrorist got from the media and even fantasized about doing the same. He dreamed of getting a machine gun and killing his dad and family before taking his own life. Around the same time, he began a relationship with a single mother named Graciela Zabaleta, who lived near a local mental health center. Attracted by his confidence, she allowed him to move in with her on the condition that he provide meals and help pay household bills. Although Garavito took on a fatherly role in the family, his alcoholism led to scandals and antisocial behavior, which unsettled Graciela. Eventually, she ended the relationship. From 1988, Garavito started keeping a record of his sexual assaults and storing the trophies from his victims in black fabric suitcases that he kept at the homes of several women. These suitcases would later become really important evidence in uncovering his murders. It's thought that between 1980 and 1992, he raped and tortured at least 200 teenagers. On October 1st, 1992, he attempted to commit his first murder. This time, he targeted a young boy selling candy and cigars on the street. While drunk, he lured the boy to the Melia Hotel district in Bolivar, Colombia, planning to take him into the woods to carry out his crime. However, local police interrupted his plans, beating him and even shooting him in the head with a revolver. They also stole 1,000 pesos, a watch, and a ring from him. On October 4th, he spotted 13-year-old Juan Carlos near a market. Already drunk, Garavito followed the boy, stopping at a store to buy a rope and a knife. He then lured Carlos away with the promise of 1,000 pesos, leading him to a bush near the local railway. There, Garavito knocked out Carlos's front teeth with his fists and used the knife to slash his throat, stomach, and genitals. On the 10th of October, he went to Trujillo to see his sister Esther. While they were drinking a bottle of brandy together, a 12-year-old boy called John Alexander Pinaranda walked past the door. For some reason, Garavito suddenly got super angry. He smashed the bottle, grabbed the boy, and brutally murdered him. After that, he went on a crime spree and started collecting victims' toes as trophies. Then, in 1993, Garavito upped his game. He tricked 8 kids aged 9 to 11 out of a local school into going with him to a wooded area so he could carry out his crimes. He then went on to murder 2 more children in the Maizen neighborhood before continuing his spree in Tuluá, Pereira, and Quimbaya. He ended his 1993 crime wave with the murder of 13-year-old Mauricio Manigdero Medioletters. Back in 1994, he tricked a 12-year-old boy from Bogotá into getting on a bus. He gave the boy some brandy, then stripped him, tied him up in a hidden valley, and got ready to attack him. But then he caught a bad smell, and when he looked around, he saw a nearby cemetery. Possibly because he was scared or superstitious, he let the boy go. Instead of running away, the boy grabbed Garavito's knife and cut the tendons in his left hand. But in the end, Garavito overpowered the boy and killed him. On the 4th of February, he tricked 13-year-old Jaime Andres Gonzalez into going with him from Bolivar Square to a sugarcane field. That night, after being kicked out of a bar for complaining about the food, he took out his anger on Gonzalez, molesting and murdering the poor kid. During the crime, he found a big cross and got a bit crazy for a moment, hearing a voice telling him off. He buried the knife and prayed for forgiveness, but later retrieved it and went back to his hotel room, where he recited verses from Psalm 57 until dawn. Garavito's main victims were boys, but the local media also reported cases of him assaulting and murdering female victims. As well as the first 172 murders he was charged with, he admitted to 28 more in 2003, 5 of which involved adult victims. In June 1996, he got back in touch with his ex, Mary. He told her he'd lost his temp job selling air fresheners and asked if she would let him stay in exchange for some food and money. She was worried about his drinking and violent temper, but she still let him stay for a while. 2 months later, he broke his leg in the Guacamayas neighborhood of Bogotá and again asked Mary to let him stay. With crutches, a neck brace, and a cast, he begged on the streets and lived in Mary's home for 2 months. During this time, Garavito helped Mary's family by paying for meals and other expenses. But he did have a run-in with Mary's 15-year-old son once over the TV news. Eventually, Mary had enough and kicked him out, damaging a gold chain she had given him. Then, that same Christmas, Mary got a gift from a friend and Garavito got really angry. He called her in a drunken rage, claiming he didn't like those guys visiting and accusing them of stealing her generosity. After being told he wasn't welcome anymore, Garavito showed up at Mary's home the next morning, shouting obscenities and threatening her. He even grabbed her by the throat, forcing Mary and her family to flee to a neighbor's house. Then, hours later, he left a letter saying sorry and asking for forgiveness for the harm he had caused their family. By the end of his criminal career, he had become a homeless drifter, wandering through western Colombia. By this time, he had grown bored of murdering minors, finding them too easy to lure. Instead, he began planning a more audacious mass murder, intending to kidnap several adults, kill them in a way that would attract media attention, and then die in a final act of madness. However, this plan never came to fruition for various reasons. His crimes weren't just limited to Colombia. It's said he was active in Ecuador in the summer of 1998, where on the 20th of July he murdered 14-year-old Abel Gustavo Lor Valles, who was a shoe shiner and newspaper seller, and 12-year-old Jimmy Leonardo Palacios Anconia. Both boys were from poor families and went missing around midday. Then, Garavito was seen at a girls' school in Santo Domingo, Ecuador, but he got away. Police found 2 bodies at the scene, one of them a young girl who had been raped, tortured, and murdered in a way that was very similar to how Garavito usually operated. Local people also said they'd seen a foreign vagrant with a strong Colombian accent begging for money in the area during July and August 1998. On top of that, Garavito himself claimed to have been involved in murders in Venezuela. In 1998, on the 7th of November to be exact, a bunch of kids playing football in Pereira found a skeleton. They told the local authorities who got involved. By November 15th, the police had found a pit with the remains of 36 children in Risaralda department. Most of the victims were boys, and their bodies showed signs of being tied up, sexually assaulted, and tortured for a long time. The sheer number of child disappearances and murders shocked the nation, and a widespread investigation was launched. The sheer brutality of the killings made the authorities think at first that a satanic cult or an international child trafficking ring was behind it. But then prosecutors noticed a pattern: nylon ropes and bottle caps were being found at the crime scenes, which made them think the crimes were probably committed by one person. On the 6th of February 1999, near a sugarcane field outside Palmyra, police found 2 naked kids lying side by side on a small hill. The next day, a 3rd child's body was found just meters away. All 3 victims had their hands tied up, showed clear signs of sexual abuse, and had their throats slashed really badly. They had bruises on their backs, genitals, legs, and buttocks, and the murder weapon was found at the scene. Police also found traces of the killer at the scene. That night, Garavito, heavily drunk, had fallen on top of one of the kids' body with a cigarette in his left hand. The cigarette set afire and left him severely burned. Investigators found his money, some burnt glasses, shorts, shoes, a receipt, and a note with Zabaleta's address. This became really important evidence that helped solve the case. From the burnt glasses, police deduced that the killer was a middle-aged man with astigmatism in his left eye, walked with a limp, and stood between 163 and 167 centimeters tall. Initially, they mistakenly arrested a 44-year-old local sex offender named Pedro Pablo R.M. Erez Garcia, who was suspected due to his limp. However, child disappearances continued during his detention. Meanwhile, a detective began to suspect Garavito was the real culprit. They contacted Mary, who said she hadn't seen Garavito in 12 months, but handed over a black fabric suitcase he had left behind. When police opened the suitcase, they found it filled with photos of young boys, detailed murder diaries, victim tallies, and bills. A few days later, Garavito was arrested for trying to rape 12-year-old John Ivan Sabagal. On the 22nd of April 1999, he bumped into Sabagal selling lottery tickets in Villavicencio. Garavito said he was a local politician called Bonifacio Moreira Lescano, threatened the boy with a knife, and forced him into a taxi. He then made the boy climb over a barbed wire fence leading to a secluded hillside. There, Garavito tied up Sabagal and kept asking, "Am I a sadist?" He threatened the boy with a blade, shouting obscenities while masturbating. At that moment, a 16-year-old homeless boy overheard the commotion and threw rocks at Garavito, who then chased the teenager with a dagger. Then, both boys made it to the Rosa Blanca farmhouse in Villavicencio. There, they encountered a 12-year-old girl who cleverly lured Garavito into the woods, causing him to get lost. Local police later spotted him emerging from the woods around 7 p.m. Although Garavito provided a fake ID and claimed to be a politician, the officers remained suspicious. On July 4th, when Garavito's DNA sample matched the sample found in the victim, their suspicion was confirmed. In October, after more than 12 hours of interrogation, Garavito confessed to his crimes. He admitted that he often sought out young boys while drunk and explained that he himself was a victim of childhood sexual abuse. He then confessed to approximately 140 murders and was ultimately convicted of 138 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 1,853 years and 9 days in prison, the longest sentence in Colombian history. However, under Colombian law, the maximum prison term is capped at 40 years. Due to his cooperation with authorities in locating victims' remains, his sentence was further reduced to 22 years. He was eventually transferred to a maximum security prison in Valledupar, Cesar Department, Colombia. Fearing he would be killed by other inmates, he was held in solitary confinement. While in prison, Garavito expressed some hope for the future, even telling a Colombian senator that he planned to enter Congress, become a pastor, marry a woman, and help abused children after his release. But things didn't go as planned. In 2021, he tried to get an early release, but the judge turned it down because he hadn't paid back the victims' families. His health was also getting worse at the same time. In the end, he died on the 12th of October 2023 at a hospital in Valledupar at the age of 66, suffering from severe eye cancer and leukemia. In the mid-1960s, a horrifying serial killer case hit the UK. It cast a shadow of darkness and fear over a quiet countryside. In less than 3 years, several innocent little girls went missing and were brutally murdered. The case was really complicated, and police poured in a lot of resources and manpower to investigate these shocking crimes. On December 2nd, 1964, at 9 p.m., 9-year-old Julia Taylor met a strange man who called himself Uncle Len, claiming to be a friend of Julia's mother and offering to take her to her aunt's house to collect a Christmas present. The little girl got into the car without any guard. She was excitedly thinking about what Christmas presents her family would get her and talked about this topic with Uncle Len. But finally, this so-called uncle took Julia to a pile of mine waste. He strangled her, took off her clothes, beat her continuously, and then sexually assaulted the crying little girl. It was pouring with rain and the night was very dark. After about 50 minutes, a cyclist who loved night riding passed by. He faintly heard the crying of a little girl nearby. He stopped to check if it was just his imagination. As the crying grew louder, he found badly hurt, naked Julia in a ditch near the mine waste. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly took Julia to the road, flagged down a passing van, and asked the driver to take the bleeding, crying girl to the hospital. News of this shocking and angering incident spread quickly across the region. When the psychiatrist questioned Julia, she said that she remembered noticing the murderer's car pass her aunt's house. She sobbed and begged the murderer to take her home, and his voice then turned terrifying, as if he wanted to kill her. But Julia had forgotten what the murderer in his car looked like. The investigation wasn't going well until a witness came forward and said that the murderer's car was a big one with two-tone paint and a light near the end of the windshield. Still, despite great efforts to search, nothing turned up. On Wednesday, September 8th, 1965, 6-year-old Margaret Reynolds, a cute little girl, had lunch with her sister and they set off for school. They parted at a crossroads as they went to different schools. When school was out, Margaret didn't return home. Her worried parents went to the school, only to find out she hadn't arrived that afternoon. They promptly reported her missing to the police. In the following weeks, the police questioned over 20,000 people in the surrounding area and searched all houses within 8 miles of where Margaret disappeared. The newspaper printed 200 posters with Margaret's photo, urging witnesses to contact the police. Over the next few months, the police got many reports. Some people said they had seen a white man in a car trying to lure little girls in the community. However, a new missing case drew everyone's attention. 3 months after Margaret vanished, on December 30th, 5-year-old Diana Joy Tift disappeared from a street near her home. She was last seen at 2 p.m. returning from her grandmother's house, carrying a pink plastic handbag, her Christmas gift. The police and local people formed a search team of about 2,000 people. By January 5th, they had searched over 6,000 houses, gardens, abandoned factories, warehouses, ponds, and reservoirs in the area, but found nothing. On January 12th, a poacher walked along a seldom-used farm track between 2 villages to hunt rabbits. When he reached a waterlogged ditch, he found the remains of Diana and Margaret that people had been searching for. After being sent to the forensic office, the autopsy showed Diana was sexually assaulted and then smothered to death with her hat by the murderer. Margaret's body was badly decomposed. Except for a shoe, her clothes were missing, and the cause of her death couldn't be confirmed. In fact, before finding the 2 children, the police had concluded that the kidnappings of the 2 girls were linked and also connected to Julia's abduction and attempted murder. So, at a press conference, they told the media, "We're hunting a dangerous child killer who might strike again. Please keep your children safe." Then, the investigators contacted police headquarters and got help from 2 experienced ones. They formed a task force to arrest the suspect, working 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. First, they focused on finding the murderer's vehicle, but after questioning thousands of cars in the area, no clues emerged. Also, the poacher who found the remains was ruled out as a suspect. Next, the investigators had to visit houses door to door to gather leads. Months passed. Though they didn't catch the murderer, they solved some cases involving the abduction, attempted abduction, and sexual assault of girls. In August 1966, 10-year-old Jane Taylor vanished while cycling. Investigators thought this case might also be linked to the Cannock Chase murders. Though the martyr's identity remained unknown, investigators were sure he would strike again. So, a chief superintendent made a plan demanding that on getting any child abduction report, officers should seal off roads in the area and nearby regions and set up roadblocks further away. At 2:30 p.m. on August 19, 1967, 7-year-old Christine Darby was abducted. She and her friends were playing near their homes when a man in a gray car pulled up and said he was lost. Even though the children gave him directions, he pretended not to understand and asked Christine to get in the car to guide him, promising to take her home after he reached his destination. Since Christine's family didn't own a car, she got in excitedly. Her friends watched as the gray car reversed and left in the opposite direction. A neighbor who saw what happened told Christine's mother right away. Realizing how serious the situation was, they ran to a phone booth to call the police. The police quickly launched their child rescue plan and blocked off roads near the area. When questioned by the police, the witness described the murderer as a white man in his 30s with a clean-shaven face, dark brown hair, wearing a white shirt, and driving a gray car. He also spoke with a local accent. Knowing this, the police realized they were hunting a local man and focused their search in the area. Over the next few days, the police handed out 24,000 posters with Christine's photo to the public and put them up in places like shops, bus stops, and on telephone poles around the area. Each poster read, "Christine Darby, were you in Cannock Chase last Saturday afternoon? If so, tell the police." Another witness came forward and told the police that shortly after 2:30 p.m. on August 19th, he saw a gray car heading toward Cannock Chase with a little girl in the passenger seat. On the morning of August 20th, police began searching for Christine's body. As the area was covered in forests, mines, and pits, helicopters couldn't be used. Hundreds of police had to search on foot. Hours later, they found a dirty child's short abandoned under a tree. 2 days later in the afternoon, a soldier discovered Christine's body in a plantation, covered by broken branches and ferns. Christine had suffered terribly. She had no clothes below her waist. Her arms were outstretched, her legs were apart, and her knees were raised. Blood stained the grass and pine needles beneath her, indicating she was sexually assaulted there. This spot was just 1 mile away from where Diana and Margaret were found the previous year. On the morning of August 23rd, investigators examined the tire marks at the crime scene. They found the car had come from open wasteland to the plantation. After murdering Christine, the car reversed out of the plantation, leaving marks almost identical to those made on entry. A tire company manager noted the driver was skilled and experienced. 2 local witnesses reported seeing a gray car near where the body was found. The driver was a white man with dark hair. One witness detailed the car as an Austin Cambridge A60. The police then tracked every gray Austin A55 and a 60 in the area nearby. Over months, they checked 23,000 vehicles. As many drivers were ruled out, the search expanded. The investigators had to interview 44,000 owners of these car models. With the help of 2 witnesses, the police created the first colored composite sketch of a suspect in UK criminal history for the manhunt. At the news conference, they said, "We're certain the man in this sketch murdered these children. His face might be familiar to some. Maybe you're his family and know he's guilty but are covering for him. Perhaps you can't believe this seemingly good man is a killer. But remember, if he's not caught, no child will be safe." In January 1968, investigators began door-to-door inquiries again, covering over 54,000 households. Men aged 21 to 50 in each household were asked to fill out a questionnaire stating their whereabouts and providing contacts to verify their alibis on the days of each kidnapping and murder. Some men were even questioned. Only a few had solid alibis. Others simply said their wives could vouch for them. Without evidence, the investigators couldn't force further questioning. On November 4th, 1968, 10-year-old Margaret Alton provided information that led to the arrest of the murderer. She had nearly been kidnapped. A man on a wasteland asked her if she wanted to play with fireworks on his car. When she approached, she noticed newspapers covering the passenger seat, but no fireworks. Hesitant, she was grabbed by the man. Luckily, an 18-year-old girl from across the street drew the man's attention, allowing Alton to break free and run away. This girl witnessed the event, noted down the car's details, a green Ford Galaxy with a cream-colored roof, and the license plate number, which she reported to the police. With this information, investigators contacted local vehicle registration officials and found the car was registered to 39-year-old Raymond Leslie Morris, who lived in a high-rise apartment building. The next day, Morris was arrested by the police. He denied any connection to the case but admitted to previously owning a gray Austin A55. However, since the female eyewitness did not identify Morris, he was released. Yet, 2 investigators remained suspicious of Morris as he closely resembled the published color composite sketch and had owned an Austin A55. Upon reviewing records, they discovered that Morris had been questioned 4 times between 1964 and 1968 in connection with the murders, and had initially been considered a strong suspect. Each time, his wife provided him with an alibi, leading the investigators to note in their files that Morris strongly resembled the sketch and that he only had his wife's testimony as an alibi. On November 12th, investigators examined Morris's insurance records and found that he had owned a car of the same model as the murderers during the kidnappings of Julia and Margaret. Additionally, from Morris's employer, they obtained a gasoline receipt showing that on the day of Margaret's murder, Morris did not have an alibi. On November 15th, the police rearrested Morris for the murder of Christine. In response, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, is it my wife?" His wife was also detained for questioning. Initially, she insisted that her alibi for her husband was true, claiming he had returned home at around 2 p.m. on the day Christine was murdered. However, hours later, she admitted to giving her husband a false alibi and stated that on the day of Christine's murder, Morris did not return home until 5 p.m. He explained to her that he and his manager had worked late. Then he drove the manager home and bought some cakes for her parents. Faced with this information, Morris became flustered, repeatedly refused to answer questions, and also refused to participate in further lineups. In response, the police brought the witness to the station the next day, and he positively identified Morris as the murderer he had seen that day. The investigators then searched Morris's apartment and found a collection of homemade child pornography, many of which depicted the same 5-year-old girl who was identified as the niece of Morris's wife. On November 17th, Morris was formally charged with Christine's murder, along with 2 counts of indecent assault on his niece and 1 count related to the attempted kidnapping of Alton. On February 10, 1969, Morris went to trial. He pleaded not guilty to the kidnapping and murder charges but admitted to sexually assaulting his niece. The next day, 2 key prosecution witnesses testified, confirming that the man they saw on August 19, 1967, was defendant Morris. Despite efforts by Morris's lawyers to discredit them using composite images, they stood firm in their identification. On February 14th, a police officer testified that Morris had been hostile during a door-to-door inquiry shortly after Christine's murder and had shown indifference to the victim's mother's grief. Morris's wife testified for the prosecution, contradicting his alibi. She admitted to giving Morris a false alibi out of belief in his innocence. His mother-in-law and employer also testified, further undermining his alibi. Evidence showed Morris had enough time to commit the crime on the day Christine was murdered. In his defense, Morris denied knowing Christine and questioned his wife's testimony. He claimed police brutality after his arrest and that he wasn't allowed a lineup. Regarding the explicit photos of his niece, he said they were accidental and that he was disgusted by them. On February 18th, both sides presented closing arguments. The judge instructed the jury to evaluate each charge separately and avoid letting anger over the pornography influence their verdict. After less than 2 hours of deliberation, Morris was found guilty of attempting to kidnap Alton and the sexual assault and murder of Christine. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge said, "I do not intend to keep you here any longer, nor do I intend to make any comment on this dreadful murder. As you know, there is only one sentence: life imprisonment." Morris was not charged with the murders of Margaret, Diana, or the attempted murder of Julia, but investigators and the public believed he was responsible. There just wasn't enough evidence to prove it in court. Morris was born on August 13, 1929. His childhood is unknown. In 1951, he married his first wife, and they had 2 children, but the marriage ended due to his violence and controlling behavior. At 35, he married his second wife, who always provided him with an alibi. In 1966, he was arrested for taking indecent photos of 2 female students but wasn't convicted, which might explain why he didn't commit any murders that year. Morris died naturally on March 11, 2014, after spending 45 years in prison. He never admitted to his crimes or showed any remorse. A retired policewoman said, "I'm sure the families of his victims would be disgusted. Cannock Chase will never forget what he did." In the chilly air of northern England during the 1970s, an invisible fear hung heavy. One man plunged the entire society into deep panic. His name was Peter William Sutcliffe, but he was more infamously known as the Yorkshire Ripper. From 1975 to 1980, for 5 long years, he brutally took the lives of 13 women using hammers and knives, all under the guise of carrying out God's will. He claimed to be on a divine mission to purge society of immoral women. Initially, his targets were sex workers, but as his madness spiraled out of control, any woman walking alone became his prey. It was a pitch-black night, the street flickering under the dim glow of yellow streetlights. A young woman walked alone, her steps unsteady, clearly having had a few drinks. She stumbled her way home, the only sounds being her own footsteps and breathing. She had no idea that someone was silently trailing her not far behind. That was her last night out. The next time she was seen, she lay in a desolate field, her skull crushed by a hammer, her body covered in knife wounds. Perhaps her name has been forgotten, but her fate became a reflection of Peter's other victims. They were women marginalized by society and also victims of the violence and prejudice of that era. Peter was born in Bingley on June 2, 1946. Bingley is a pretty town in West Yorkshire, England. The town had huge meadows, calm lakes, and thick forests, and its yearly music festival brought thousands of visitors. But beneath the town's beauty, Peter's childhood and teenage years were pretty rocky. His family life was filled with conflict and tension. His father was a member of the choir at the local St. Wilfrid's Anglican Church, while his mother was a devout Catholic. Their differing beliefs became a source of constant friction. His father harbored deep hostility toward his mother, often hurling abusive insults at her, even during her pregnancies. This left her emotionally shattered, silently enduring her husband's cruelty. For Peter, his father was an alcoholic with a volatile temper, incapable of normal communication with his family. During one Christmas dinner, Peter accidentally sat in his father's seat and was brutally beaten with a wine glass. But this violence was no isolated incident. His father constantly belittled him, calling him a coward and mocking him for relying too much on his mother. Each insult and beating cut deep into Peter's heart like a knife. Even so, Peter's mom was the family's rock. She took care of the house and raised the kids in the Catholic faith. When the kids were being mistreated by their dad, she'd always be there to comfort them and say nice things about them, trying to make them feel better. But no matter how much she tried, there was no changing the toxic atmosphere at home. In interviews, Peter's siblings described their father as a monster whose mere presence would freeze the air, suffocating everyone with tension. When he was a teenager, Peter developed an obsession with sex workers that bordered on pathology. He spent hours watching them and even stalking their male clients. He dropped out of school at 15 and bounced around from job to job. His stint as a gravedigger at Bingley Cemetery was probably the most chilling of all, and he did it not once, but twice. His coworker said he seemed to really like the job and even volunteered for extra hours to wash the corpses. In 1970, Peter's father orchestrated a family drama. He disguised himself as his wife's lover, lured her to a local hotel, and brought Peter and two of his siblings along. His sole aim was to expose her alleged infidelity. When their mother entered the hotel room, their father, in front of the children, pulled out a nightgown from her purse, trying to prove her betrayal. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The room was filled only with the father's furious accusations and the mother's helpless silence. In 1971, Peter found a job on the packaging line at Baird Television Factory, where he spent his days repeating monotonous assembly tasks. However, when the company offered him a position as a salesman, he chose to quit instead. He then began working night shifts at Enterton International. In 1975, the factory laid off workers, and Peter lost his job. Using his meager savings, he enrolled in training to become a heavy truck driver. But luck wasn't on his side. A year later, he was fired for stealing old tires, plunging him back into unemployment. It wasn't until October of that year that he found work as a truck driver in Bradford's industrial district. In his younger years, Peter had tried to hire sex workers, but one experience left him deeply humiliated and enraged. He was scammed by a sex worker and her pimp, who took his money and left him feeling utterly degraded. While some analysts believe he never truly sought sexual services, his obsession with sex workers was undeniable. He often wandered the streets of Leeds and Bradford, watching their every move. On February 14, 1967, Peter met 16-year-old Sonia Sharma at the Royal Standard Pub in Bradford's red light district. She was the descendant of Ukrainian and Polish refugees from Czechoslovakia. On August 10, 1974, the two married. At the time, Sonia was striving to become a teacher, but fate dealt her a heavy blow. She was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. After their marriage, Sonia suffered multiple miscarriages, and doctors told her she might never be able to have children. Despite her physical and emotional exhaustion, she resumed her teacher training. During this period, she had an affair with an ice cream truck driver. In 1977, she completed her training and began working. The couple used her salary to buy a house at 6 Garden Lane in Heaton. This was the starting point of their life together and the place where Peter was living when he was arrested in 1980. In 1975, Peter's crimes began. He was searching for a sex worker who had scammed him out of money. Sitting in a van with his friend Trevor Birdsall, he waited for his target to appear. Then he left the van and walked along St. Paul's Road in Bradford, disappearing from sight. When Peter returned, he was out of breath and urged Trevor to leave the scene quickly. He admitted to hitting a sex worker on the head with a stone he had hidden in his sock. The next day, police visited Peter's home because the victim had noted down the license plate number. He confessed to the assault but claimed he had only hit her with his hand. The police told him he was very lucky, as the victim chose not to press charges. On the evening of July 5th, Peter carried out his second attack in Keighley. His target was 36-year-old Anna Rogalskij. He knocked her unconscious with a hammer and slashed her abdomen with a knife, leaving the ground soaked in blood. However, due to interference from a neighbor, Peter was unable to finish his killing and fled the scene in a hurry. Anna underwent brain surgery, and the attack left her with severe psychological trauma. She later said, "I have always been afraid to go out because I feel like people are staring at me, pointing fingers. This incident has made my life miserable. Sometimes I wish I had died in the attack." On the night of August 15th, Peter attacked 46-year-old Olive Smelt in Halifax. He approached her, striking up a brief conversation about the weather. Olive, completely unsuspecting, thought it was just a casual encounter. Suddenly, Peter struck her head from behind with a hammer, and she collapsed instantly, blood pouring from her wound. He then undressed her and slashed her lower back with a knife. Again, interrupted, he fled the scene. Like Anna, Olive suffered severe emotional and psychological trauma. She later told detectives that the attacker had a Yorkshire accent, but this information was overlooked because neither Olive nor Anna had been near the red light district. On August 27th, Peter attacked 14-year-old Tracy Brown in Silston. He crept up behind her as she walked along a country lane and struck her head 5 times with a hammer. Tracy fell by the roadside, but when Peter saw the headlights of a passing car, he fled in panic. Tracy survived after undergoing surgery. She later recalled being initially fascinated by Peter. "We walked together for nearly a mile, about 30 minutes. I never felt scared or in danger." On October 30th, Peter claimed his first victim, 28-year-old Wilma Mary McCann, a mother of 4. She was last seen at 7:30 p.m. leaving a council building on Scott Hall Road in the Chapeltown area of Leeds. Peter approached her from behind and struck the back of her head with a hammer, killing her instantly. On January 20th, 1976, Peter committed his second murder in Leeds, stabbing 42-year-old Emily Monica Jackson a total of 52 times. Due to financial difficulties, Emily had been persuaded by her husband to engage in sex work, using the family's roofing business van as transportation. Peter picked her up outside the Gaiety Bar on Roundhay Road and drove her to an abandoned building site on Enfield Terrace. He first struck her head with a hammer, then dragged her body into a litter-strewn yard. There, he stabbed her neck, chest, and abdomen with a screwdriver. He even stomped on her thigh, leaving boot prints behind. On May 9th, Peter attacked 20-year-old Marcella Claxton in Roundhay Park. She had accepted a ride from Peter after leaving a party. When she got out of the car to relieve herself, Peter struck her from behind with a hammer. Although she survived, she required multiple brain surgeries and suffered from lifelong intermittent fainting spells and chronic depression. She also lost her 4-month-old unborn child. As a result, she consistently testified against Peter during the trial. On February 5, 1977, Peter attacked 28-year-old Irene Richardson in Roundhay Park. She was last seen at 11:15 p.m. leaving a rented house on Cooper Street. Saying she was heading to Tiffany's Bar and Discotheque in central Leeds, Peter struck her head with a hammer, killing her, then stabbed her neck and throat and delivered 3 more stabs to her abdomen. After killing Richardson, Peter mutilated her body with a knife and neatly placed her boots behind her thighs. On April 23rd, Peter murdered 32-year-old Patricia Atkinson Mitra in her Bradford apartment. According to Peter's confession, he picked her up in Manningham and drove her to her residence. There, he struck the back of her head 4 times with a hammer, incapacitating her. He then pulled down her jeans and pants, exposed her breasts, and stabbed her abdomen 6 times. On June 25th, Peter attacked 16-year-old Jane Michelle MacDonald. She had planned to meet friends at the Hofbrauhaus, a German-style beer hall in Leeds, but after missing the last bus home, she decided to walk. Around 2 a.m., she was attacked by Peter on Reginald Street. Her body was discovered on a playground the next morning. The autopsy revealed she had been struck 3 times on the head with a hammer, stabbed in the chest and back, and had a broken bottle found on her chest. On July 10th, Peter attacked 43-year-old Maureen Long in Bradford. She had accepted a ride from Peter after leaving a nightclub. When she got out of the car to relieve herself, Peter struck her head with a hammer, knocking her unconscious. Fortunately, due to the intervention of a passerby, she survived. She was found suffering from hypothermia and was hospitalized for 9 weeks. On October 1st, Peter murdered 20-year-old Jen Bernadette Jordan, a sex worker from Manchester and a mother of 2. Peter picked her up in the Moss Side area and drove her to Princess Road near Southern Cemetery. There, he struck Jordan's head with a hammer, killing her instantly. Peter later confessed that he realized £5 he had given her could be traced by the police, so he returned to the scene after a family gathering to retrieve it but failed. Jordan's body was discovered by workers on October 9th, and the police narrowed their investigation to 8,000 employees of Midland Bank by tracing the £5. On December 14th, Peter attacked 25-year-old Marilyn Moore on Wasteland near Scott Hall. While striking her with a hammer in the backseat of his car, he lost his balance. Although Moore suffered severe head injuries, she seized the opportunity and managed to escape. During the investigation, police found tire marks at the scene that matched those from previous attacks. Moore also provided a detailed description of Peter's black Sunbeam rapier car and a suspect sketch that closely resembled Peter. At the time, Peter was questioned by the police but was not arrested. On January 21, 1978, Peter killed 21-year-old Yvonne Ann Pearson from Bradford. He repeatedly struck her head with a ball-peen hammer, jumped on her chest, fracturing her ribs, and stuffed her mouth with stuffing torn from an abandoned sofa. He hid her body near Lum Lane, where it wasn't discovered until 2 months later. 10 days later, Peter struck again, murdering 18-year-old sex worker Elena Ricca from Huddersfield. When Ricca got out of the car at Gallagher's timber yard, Peter struck her head 5 times with a hammer and removed most of her clothing. She was also the only victim Peter raped. After she staggered to her feet, Peter struck the back of her head with the hammer again, then retrieved a knife from the car and stabbed her through the heart and lungs. 3 days later, Ricca's body was found under asbestos behind a pile of timber. After his arrest in 1981, Peter said of her, "I had the urge to kill any woman. The impulse inside me to kill girls is now almost uncontrollable." At 10 p.m. on May 16th, 40-year-old Vera Evelyn Millward left her council flat and home, telling her boyfriend she was going out to buy cigarettes. In reality, she was meeting a client, as she was a sex worker. Peter picked her up and drove her to the car park of Manchester Royal Infirmary by the River Medlock in Chorlton. After getting out of the car, Peter attacked her with a hammer, then slashed her abdomen with a knife and repeatedly stabbed her back with a screwdriver. After her death, Peter dragged her body onto a fence and repeatedly stabbed her with the knife. On the evening of March 2, 1979, 22-year-old Irish student Anne Rooney was attacked at Horsforth College. Peter struck her 3 times on the head with a hammer from behind, but due to the intervention of a passerby, she survived. Rooney's description of the attacker and his car closely matched Peter and his Sunbeam rapier, which had been flagged multiple times by police in the red light districts of Leeds and Bradford. In 1992, Peter confessed to the attack on Rooney, as well as the 1975 attack on Tracy Brown. However, the Crown Prosecution Service decided that bringing additional charges against Peter was not in the public interest, so no further legal action was taken. At 11:55 p.m. on April 4th, Peter murdered 19-year-old shop assistant Josephine Ann Whitaker on Savile Park Moor in Halifax. Whitaker was on her way home when Peter struck her from behind with a ball-peen hammer, hitting her again after she fell to the ground. He then stabbed her 21 times in the chest and abdomen, 6 times in the right leg, and inserted a screwdriver into her vagina. Despite a wealth of forensic evidence, the police investigation was derailed by a purported audio message from the killer. The man on the recording mocked Assistant Chief Constable George Oldfield of West Yorkshire Police, who was leading the Yorkshire Ripper investigation. The man said, "I'm Jack. I see you haven't had much luck catching me. I have the utmost respect for you, George, but Lord, you're no closer to catching me now than you were 4 years ago when I started." This recording led the police to focus their investigation on a man with a Wearside accent. The perpetrator of this hoax became known as Wearside Jack. In March 1978, he sent 2 letters to the police and the Daily Mirror, boasting about his crimes and signing them as Jack the Ripper. The letters claimed responsibility for the 1975 murder of 26-year-old Joan Harrison in Preston. However, these letters and the recording were a hoax, severely misleading the police investigation. In 2005, the hoax case was reopened, and DNA extracted from the envelopes was entered into the national database. The DNA matched John Samuel Humble, an unemployed alcoholic who had long resided in the Ford estate in Sunderland, just a few miles from Castletown. Humble's DNA had been collected in 2001 after he was arrested for being drunk and disorderly. On October 20th, 2005, Humble was charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice for sending the hoax letters and recording. He was convicted on March 21st, 2006, and sentenced to 8 years in prison. He died on July 30th, 2019, at the age of 63. Around 1 a.m. on September 1st, Peter murdered 20-year-old Barbara Janine Leach, a social psychology student at the University of Bradford. Leach was attacked as she passed Peter after leaving a bar. He struck her head with a hammer, then dragged her to the backyard of 13 Back Ashgrove, where he partially undressed her, stabbed her with a screwdriver, and covered her body with an old carpet and stones. Despite a massive publicity campaign by the police and an emphasis on the connection to the Wearside area, Peter was questioned by police at least twice in 1979 but was never strongly suspected. On June 26, 1980, Peter was arrested for drunk driving after being pulled over and testing positive for alcohol. However, this did not stop him from continuing his violent crimes. While awaiting trial in mid-January 1981, Peter carried out several more attacks and murders. On the evening of August 20th, Peter murdered 47-year-old civil servant Marguerite Walls. She had left her office between 9:30 and 10:30 p.m. to walk home to Farsley. Peter struck her from behind with a hammer, rendering her immobile, and continued to hit her while shouting, "Dirty woman!" To move her body from the attack site to a walled garden 20 yards away, Peter tied a rope around her neck and dragged her to the location. There, he suffocated her, removed almost all of her clothing except her tights, and partially covered her body with grass and leaves before leaving. On September 24th, Peter attacked 34-year-old Singaporean Dr. Upajia Bandara. She was walking home after meeting friends when Peter followed her into an alley in Headingley. He struck her head with a hammer, knocking her unconscious, then panicked and tied a rope around her neck before dragging her into the street and fleeing. On October 25th, 21-year-old Leeds University art student Maureen Lee was attacked by Peter. Lee had been in a bar in Chapeltown with friends and was rushing through a dark street to catch a bus home when Peter struck her from behind. Her injuries included puncture wounds to the back of her skull, a fractured skull, a broken cheekbone, a broken jaw, and multiple cuts and bruises. On the evening of November 5th, 16-year-old Teresa Sykes was attacked in Huddersfield. She was at a shop in Oaks when Peter struck her from behind with a hammer. Sykes' boyfriend heard her screams and scared Peter away. On November 25th, Trevor reported Peter's suspicious behavior to the police, revealing that he had helped Peter flee the scene of his first recorded attack. On January 2, 1981, Peter's fate took a turn. That night, he was stopped by police in Sheffield, South Yorkshire, with 24-year-old Olivia Reevers. A probationary officer noticed Peter's car had false license plates, leading to his arrest and transfer to Dewsbury Police Station in West Yorkshire. There, Peter was questioned due to his physical resemblance to descriptions of the Yorkshire Ripper. The next day, acting on a hunch, a sergeant returned to the scene of Peter's arrest. Behind an oil storage tank, he found a knife, a hammer, and a rope, items Peter had discarded after briefly leaving the station under the pretext of needing to urinate. Even more shocking, Peter had hidden a second knife in the toilet cistern at the police station. This made the police realize they might finally have caught the man who had terrorized the public. After 2 days of interrogation, Peter confessed on the afternoon of January 4th that he was the Yorkshire Ripper. He calmly described his numerous attacks and murders as if recounting someone else's story. He claimed God had instructed him to kill dirty women and told the police, "I was just cleaning up the place a bit." In May 1981, Peter's trial began. He pleaded not guilty to 13 counts of murder, but admitted to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. His defense was based on a twisted religious belief, claiming he was an instrument of God's will. However, the jury was not swayed by his claims and ultimately convicted him of murder, sentencing him to 20 life terms. The judge, in delivering the sentence, stated that Peter was beyond redemption and expressed hope that he would never leave prison. After his conviction, Peter began serving his sentence on May 22, 1981, at Parker's Prison. Although he was deemed mentally fit during his trial, he was later diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. In March 1984, he was transferred to Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility. Life in the hospital was far from peaceful for Peter. He was repeatedly attacked by other inmates. In 1996, convicted robber Paul Wilson tried to strangle him with stereo headphone cables. A year later, another inmate attacked him with a pen, leaving him blind in his left eye and severely damaging his right eye. These assaults filled Peter's remaining years with pain and fear. On July 16, 2010, the High Court heard Peter's application for a mandatory minimum sentence, and the court ultimately ruled that he would never be released, with the judge stating that Peter's crime was a campaign of murder, and that he was motivated by anger, hatred, and obsession, a ruling that completely ended Peter's hopes of regaining his freedom. In August 2016, a medical tribunal ruled that Peter's mental condition no longer required clinical treatment and decided to transfer him from Broadmoor Hospital to HMP Frankland. On November 13, 2020, Peter died at the University Hospital of North Durham at the age of 74. His death was attributed to COVID-19 and complications related to diabetes. His body was cremated, and a private funeral was held. The man who had once terrorized the nation became a footnote in history. In truth, this case remains one of the most complex and controversial investigations in British police history. The victims' identities and the limitations of forensic technology at the time allowed Peter to evade capture for so long. A 1982 inquiry report exposed critical flaws in the investigation. The inefficiency of the major incident room became a stumbling block, with unprocessed information piling up and crucial clues buried under mountains of paperwork. Meanwhile, senior police officials faced criticism for their missteps. One officer's excessive focus on a hoax tape led the investigation astray, despite experts unanimously declaring it a fake. This stubborn diversion of resources ignored genuine leads. More heartbreaking was the police's dismissal of survivors' accounts. These women provided detailed descriptions of the attacker and his vehicle, but their valuable insights were overlooked. Public discontent grew, particularly among feminist groups. They organized Reclaim the Night March, protesting the police's victim-blaming rhetoric and advocating for women's right to move freely at any time without fear of male violence. The police's attitude also sparked widespread controversy. During a press conference, a detective openly categorized victims as sex workers and innocent women, implying a disregard for the former's lives. This statement, even more extreme than Peter's own justifications, exposed deep-seated gender bias within the force. Although Peter was eventually arrested, the investigation's errors and biases left a lasting impact on public trust. In 2020, after Peter's death, West Yorkshire Police issued a public apology for the language, tone, and terminology used during the investigation. However, for the families of the victims, this gesture meant little. In the early 20th century, a widow in her 60s sat in the living room of her boarding house as usual. In her hand was a tattered prayer book, ready to pray for herself. This woman ran the boarding house alone. In the past, she had made a living by renting out rooms. Although her life was not affluent, she always tried her best to create a cozy home for her tenants. On that evening, a young man named Earl Leonard Nelson arrived at her door. He claimed to be a devout Christian looking for a quiet place to rest. His appearance was gentle and polite, which put the woman at ease. She welcomed him warmly, as she did with other tenants, showing him around the rooms and explaining the rules of the house in detail. Nelson behaved respectfully during the tour, and his demeanor convinced the woman that he would be an ideal tenant. However, she had no idea that this seemingly pious young man harbored dark impulses within, nor could she imagine that this night would be her last. As dusk fell and the entire boarding house fell silent, she sat alone in the living room, preparing to begin her evening prayers once again. She had no idea that her new tenant had a nickname, the Gorilla Killer, and that she was about to become another victim of his brutal murders. The tragedy began on May 12, 1897, when Nelson was born in San Francisco, California. If life were to improve after hitting rock bottom, then for Nelson, his entire life was one of misfortune. It is said that his father was a drunkard and his mother a sex worker. Within just 2 years of his birth, both of them died of syphilis. Nelson's grandparents, devout Pentecostals, then took on the responsibility of raising their daughter's child. However, their age and personalities were not well suited to caring for a young boy. They lived a strict Puritan lifestyle, constantly suppressing their own emotions and feelings. For Nelson, a natural troublemaker, this stern family atmosphere was sheer torment. As a result, Nelson exhibited self-loathing and other pathological behaviors from a young age. At the age of 7, he was expelled from school for misbehavior. His teachers complained that the boy constantly talked to invisible people and frequently referenced a large beast from the Bible. He also had a habit of peeking at female family members undressing. So Nelson was described by everyone as a psychotic child. Even his own grandmother thought so. She noted that Nelson would sometimes go to school in freshly cleaned clothes, only to return home in tattered garments, as if he had exchanged clothes with a homeless person. When Nelson was 10 years old, he was involved in an accident with a streetcar while riding his bicycle. Blood gushed from one of his temples, and after the doctor's best efforts, they believed he would not survive. Strangely, however, he awoke from a coma just a few days later. But the accident haunted him for the rest of his life. He suffered from frequent headaches and memory loss, and began to exhibit unstable behavior. As Nelson entered his teenage years and puberty, his curiosity about women grew stronger. He frequently visited the brothels and bars in San Francisco's Barbary Coast red light district and contracted a sexually transmitted disease. His mental illness also worsened. He often subjected his family members to bizarre physical acts, such as walking on his hands or attempting to lift heavy objects with his teeth. Nelson had suffered a head injury that led to a decrease in his intelligence and significant memory loss. In 1918, a Navy psychiatrist indicated that Nelson was living in a constitutional psychopathic state, which means he had congenital psychopathy. This implied that he had difficulties in cognition and behavioral control, making his criminal activities almost inevitable. At the age of 18, Nelson went to a rural area in Plumas County, where he broke into a cabin, thinking it was abandoned, and took it over. For this offense, he was sentenced to 2 years in San Quentin State Prison. Although he was paroled after a year, over the next 2 years, Nelson was frequently arrested for minor thefts and burglaries. At the end of 1917, Nelson enlisted in the military but deserted after 6 weeks. This became a pattern for him as he repeatedly joined different branches of the military under various names and then deserted. In 1918, at the age of 21, Nelson joined the U.S. Navy. During a military training session, his bizarre and unstable behavior led to his admission to Napa State Mental Hospital. After observation, one psychiatrist concluded that Nelson did not exhibit violence, homicidal tendencies, or destructiveness. Another psychiatrist noted that Nelson had hallucinations and other paranoid delusions. Nelson often claimed to see people that others could not see, hear music that others could not hear, and sometimes believed that someone was poisoning him. He also heard strange and terrifying voices urging him to commit suicide. The poor man, Nelson, stated that if he were imprisoned, he would surely take some sharp object and cut the veins in his wrists. This psychiatrist also mentioned that Nelson experienced severe headaches during their conversations and had fainted on multiple occasions. During his confinement, Nelson attempted to escape several times until the staff eventually stopped searching for him. In 1919, Nelson was officially discharged from the U.S. Navy, and his hospital records were closed with a note indicating that his condition had improved after treatment. After escaping, Nelson found a job as a janitor at St. Mary's Hospital. This job required no skills or qualifications. It was here that he met Mary Martin, a 60-year-old administrator. The two began dating and reportedly got married, but the marriage was short-lived. Nelson turned the woman's life into a living hell with his strange jealousy and anger, bizarre sexual demands, religious delusions, and increasingly violent behavior. This led to their separation after just 6 months of cohabitation. Later, Martin recalled various strange behaviors she had witnessed while living with Nelson, including his long absences from home and unusual bathing habits, such as pouring water over his toes. On May 19, 1921, Nelson posed as a plumber and entered a residence on Pacific Avenue in San Francisco, where he attempted to molest a 12-year-old girl. However, the girl was very clever. She screamed frantically, trying to alert her brother to call for help, which caused Nelson to flee in fear. He was arrested a few hours later while riding a handcart. At the subsequent hearing, Nelson was identified as a dangerous individual and was sent back to Napa State Mental Hospital. There, he attempted to escape twice before being discharged in 1925. In 1926, Nelson began his horrific spree of murders. His first known victim was Clara Newman, a 60-year-old wealthy landlady living in San Francisco. On February 20th, he posed as a new tenant named Roger Wilson and entered her boarding house at 2037 Pierce Street. Once inside, Nelson strangled her, raped her corpse, and hid her body in an empty room in the house. Just a month later, on March 2nd, his second victim emerged. In San Jose, near San Francisco, 63-year-old Laura Beale was strangled to death in her home. His criminal actions then became more frequent. On June 26th, he strangled 63-year-old Lillian Mary in San Francisco and raped her corpse. 2 weeks later, he continued his crimes in California. In Santa Barbara, 325 miles south of San Francisco, 53-year-old Ollie Russell was strangled with a rope in her boarding house. The autopsy confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted after death. The similarities in the modus operandi to the San Francisco murders led the police to suspect a connection between these cases. On August 16th, Mary Nisbet, a 52-year-old apartment building owner in Oakland, was found dead in the bathroom of an empty apartment by her husband. She had been strangled and raped. Initially, local law enforcement questioned whether Nisbet's husband was involved in her death, but he was soon cleared of suspicion. Later, witnesses told the police that they had seen a smiling stranger lurking outside her apartment building on the day of Nisbet's murder. Others who claimed to have seen Nelson at various boarding houses described him as a dark, stocky man with long arms and large hands. Because of this, newspapers began to call him the Dark Strangler and the Gorilla Killer. In the fall, Nelson moved to Portland, Oregon. On October 19th, he raped and murdered 35-year-old landlady Beata Withers, the first of several victims he would kill in Portland. Her body was discovered by her teenage son, hidden under clothes in a steamer trunk in her attic. The next day, 59-year-old Virginia Grant was murdered in a vacant property on East 22nd Street, with her body concealed behind a basement furnace in her home. On October 21st, landlady Mabel Fluke disappeared from her home in Portland. A few days later, her body was found in the attic, strangled with a scarf. After committing 3 murders in Portland, Nelson briefly returned to San Francisco and raped and murdered 56-year-old widow Willie Anna Edmonds on November 18th. Initially, the police were reluctant to attribute the crime to the Dark Strangler. However, a few days after the murder, a friend of Edmonds told the police that she had visited Edmonds' home on the day of the murder and found her in the living room talking to a strange man about a business deal involving the sale of her house. The woman's description of the unknown man matched that of the gorilla killer. On November 19th, a 28-year-old pregnant woman near Burlingame, California, was attacked while showing her house to a man posing as a potential buyer. She survived the assault and described the man as about 5 feet 8 inches tall, well-dressed, and articulate. The woman later told reporters that although she had not felt threatened initially, she recalled that the man had commented on the intricate details of the house, especially the ceilings. "I now realize that he was trying to get me to look up at the ceiling so he could slip behind me and grab my throat," she said. On November 29th, Nelson murdered and raped Blanche Myers at her home in Portland. During the investigation, police found a fingerprint on Myers' iron bedpost. Although fingerprint technology was still in its early stages at the time, this discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. The Portland murders also sparked a public frenzy, with the Oregonian reporting that the 3rd floor of the Portland Police Department had turned into a veritable madhouse, with officers receiving hundreds of calls and reports of suspicious individuals. A local woman claimed that a suspicious man had stayed at her boarding house for a few days after Thanksgiving under the name Adrian Harris. She said that on the day Myers was murdered, the man had told her and other residents that he was leaving to take a train to Vancouver and would not be back. She found this suspicious because he had already paid for several days' rent in advance. Before leaving, he had also given her and another boarder jewelry as a gift. The police later confirmed that the jewelry belonged to Florence Monks, a wealthy widow who had been murdered and raped in Seattle on November 23rd. To prevent further murders, law enforcement agencies in California and Oregon issued public safety announcements to citizens. In the San Francisco Bay Area, elderly women were advised to take precautions when renting out rooms and inviting strangers into their homes. Meanwhile, the Portland Police Department issued the following statement to the public: "Do not show your house or rooms for rent when you are alone. If necessary, ask the police to accompany you. Such crimes should be prevented. They could have been avoided if women had been more careful." I do not want to unduly alarm the people of Portland, but there is no denying that the situation is serious. In late November, Nelson left Portland and continued his killing spree, moving eastward and traveling by hitchhiking or sneaking onto trains. His criminal trail stretched from the West Coast to the Midwest and East Coast of the United States. On December 23rd, the body of 41-year-old Amira Berard was found in her home in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Her body was garlanded with a shirt. Initially, local police ruled her death as a suicide, as Berard had recently been discharged from a mental hospital. However, subsequent findings of signs of sexual assault led to the reversal of this decision, and the case was reclassified as a murder. On December 27, 23-year-old Bonnie Pace was strangled and raped in her home in Kansas City, Missouri. Her body was discovered by her husband in an upstairs room. Just 1 day later, on December 28th, 28-year-old Germania Harpen and her 8-month-old son were found murdered in their home in Kansas City. Both had been strangled, her son with a diaper, and Germania had been raped after death. They were discovered by her husband when he returned home from work that evening. On April 27, 1927, Nelson murdered and raped 53-year-old landlady Mary McConnell in Philadelphia. Several pieces of jewelry were also stolen from her residence. The next day, Nelson attempted to sell one of her gold watches to a pawnbroker, but was refused. On May 27th, Nelson arrived in Buffalo, New York, where he rented a room from 53-year-old Jenny Randolph under the name Charles Harrison. 3 days later, Jenny was found strangled and raped, her body stuffed under her bed. Jenny's brother had encountered Harrison, describing him as appearing about 33 years old, short and stout, with dark complexion and black hair combed back. Boarders at Jenny's house later positively identified Nelson as Charles Harrison. On June 1st in Detroit, Michigan, boarding house manager Fannie Mae and boarder Maureen Atorthy were found murdered in the boarding house under May's supervision. Their remains were discovered by the building's owner, Leonard Sink. May had been strangled with a wire cut from a table lamp. Police determined that the wire had been cut while the electricity was still running, as the knife used to cut it showed obvious signs of burning and a notched blade. On June 3rd, he murdered 27-year-old Mary Cecilia Sitzma in Chicago, Illinois. Sitzma was found by her husband on the floor of their home, strangled with an electrical cord. On June 8th, a series of shocking murders occurred in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. 14-year-old Lola Cowan mysteriously disappeared after leaving home to sell artificial flowers door to door. Just 2 days later, on June 10th, another local woman also vanished. That evening, her husband discovered her body while kneeling beside his son's bed for evening prayers. She had been raped, strangled, and showed signs of being struck with a claw hammer. Upon investigation, police found that several items were missing from her home, including a set of riding reins, her gold wedding ring, a family Bible, and a $10 bill. Additionally, a knife with burn marks and scratches was left at the scene, matching the knife used to cut the lamp wire in May's murder the previous week. This discovery led police to realize the connection between the cases. The next day, a local Winnipeg jeweler unknowingly purchased a gold ring for $3.50 Canadian dollars from a man who later turned out to be Nelson. The ring was confirmed to be the woman's wedding ring. Stolen clothes from her home were also found being sold at a second-hand store nearby. Both the jeweler and the clothing store owner positively identified the man who had sold the items as Nelson. A barber who owned a shop next to the second-hand store also provided a crucial lead to the police. He said that on the afternoon of June 10th, he had given a shave, haircut, and massage to a man who closely resembled Nelson. While cutting the man's hair, he noticed dried blood and scratches on his scalp. When he inquired about the source of these marks, the man became agitated and demanded that he not touch his hair. On June 12th, Winnipeg police conducted a city-wide search of rooming houses. While searching the boarding house at 133 Smith Street, where Nelson had recently resided, police discovered a decomposing body under the bed in Nelson's room. It was the missing Cowan, whose body had been dismembered in a manner reminiscent of Jack the Ripper's victims. Her clothes and personal items were also missing. After the discovery of Cowan's body, the Winnipeg City Council offered a reward of 1,500 Canadian dollars for information leading to the conviction of the perpetrator. This reward subsequently became a matter of controversy, with several individuals coming forward with information about Nelson's whereabouts, including a driver who claimed to have transported Nelson from Emerson to Winnipeg on the day Cowan disappeared. In June 1927, while investigating the Winnipeg murders, Canadian police suspected that Nelson might have fled to the United States. To locate him quickly, they sent detailed descriptions of him to police departments and post offices across the United States. During this period, reports surfaced of sightings of a man matching Nelson's description in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in Boissavin, Manitoba. On June 14th, a man identifying himself as Mike Mofsky was arrested by customs officers in the small town of Wauwunessa, on the border between Manitoba and Minnesota. This man's appearance closely matched Nelson's description, but he managed to escape the next day. Just 2 days later, on June 16th, in the border town of Cannock, Manitoba, only 12 miles from the North Dakota border, officers arrested a man named Vigil Wilson, who also fit Nelson's description. Reportedly, the man was so calm and cooperative during his arrest that officers even doubted they had the right person. Nelson was detained in a local jail, but he managed to escape that very night. However, fate was not on his side. He attempted to flee by train, but the next morning he was formally arrested again by an officer from the Crystal City Police Department on a railway line 47 miles east of Wauwunessa. He was then taken to the Rupert Street Police Station in Winnipeg, where he was photographed, fingerprinted, measured, and prepared for identification. Nearly 4,000 spectators waited outside the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of the suspect. The photographs taken by the Winnipeg police were quickly sent to police departments across the United States, leading to positive identifications by witnesses in Illinois and California, who claimed that the man matched the same unidentified renter they had encountered. Despite Nelson's insistence that his name was Vigil Wilson, fingerprints forwarded from the San Francisco Police Department to Winnipeg confirmed that his identity matched the one from his previous arrests. Nelson's fingerprints also matched those found at multiple crime scenes, and his teeth matched the marks found on the victims. Initially, he confessed to the crimes, candidly telling reporters, "I only kill my ladies on Saturday nights." However, he later retracted his confession, claiming innocence. Shortly after his arrest, in an interview with the Manitoba Free Press, he said, "I am charged with 2 murders. but I am not the one who committed them. When asked about the individuals in the United States and Canada who positively identified him as the perpetrator, he simply replied, "They're all mistaken." Despite attempts by law enforcement agencies in both the United States and Canada to extract a confession, Nelson refused to admit to any of the murders he was suspected of or charged with. Nelson's trial began on November 1, 1927, at the Winnipeg courthouse. His former wife, Martin, testified against him, describing him as a man who was absolutely insane. In addition, over 60 witnesses from both Canada and the United States testified that they had seen Nelson at the crime scenes, or could link him to the stolen property from the victims' homes. During the trial, a prison guard noted that Nelson was particularly fascinated by a passage from the Book of Proverbs, which reads, "My son, give me thine heart, and let thine eyes observe my ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men." On November 5th, the closing arguments were completed, and after 40 minutes of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Nelson guilty of murder and sentenced him to death. Nelson maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but he was unable to counter the evidence presented by the police. However, his attorney never gave up on him. He submitted a 30-page document to the Minister of Justice, pleading for leniency for Nelson on the grounds of his mental derangement and congenital psychopathy. Nelson's personal history had also been unfairly presented to the jury by the media, meaning that the jurors were not impartial. They might have been predisposed to believe Nelson was guilty. These documents included 20 affidavits from people who had known Nelson all their lives, swearing that they could fully understand Nelson's character and state of mind. They unreservedly and without exaggeration believed that Nelson had been mentally unsound for a long period of time. Despite the numerous affidavits, the appeal was denied, and Nelson's execution was not stayed. At 7:30 a.m. on January 13, 1928, at Vaughan Street Jail in Winnipeg, Nelson was hanged. His last words were, "I forgive those who have wronged me." On November 19, 2007, John Straffen, described as an imbecile, a loner, a child trapped inside an adult, died in prison of natural causes. He will always be remembered as one of Britain's most notorious child murderers and the victim of one of the most humiliating trials in the history of British criminal justice. To this day, he is the longest-serving prisoner in the UK, having been incarcerated for 55 years, but that doesn't make up for the crimes he committed. Born in Borden, Hampshire, on February 27, 1930, Straffen spent his childhood in India, as his father served in the army and moved with the family to India, which at that time was still under British colonial rule. Straffen had a pretty normal childhood. There were no signs of mental issues or behavioral problems until he was 6 years old. That's when he got bitten by a mosquito which spread a virus to him. This led to encephalitis, a serious brain infection. If not treated quickly, this disease can cause long-term effects like memory problems, personality changes, and speech issues. In 1938, Straffen's family moved back to England and settled near Bath in Somerset. Soon after, Straffen started showing troublesome behavior. He began skipping school and stealing small things regularly. Because of this, he was sent to a guidance clinic for kids, but it didn't make a difference. 8 months later, he ended up in juvenile court after stealing a young girl's wallet. He was put on probation for 2 years. His probation worker soon noticed something troubling. Straffen didn't seem to grasp the concept of right and wrong. Most people, even those who break rules, have some understanding of morals and laws. They might struggle with their choices, but still recognize the boundaries. However, Straffen appeared completely disconnected from these ideas. Straffen's behavior might have been better if his parents had given him more support, but at the time, his family was living in a cramped space. His mom was too busy to pay much attention to him. Because of this, the probation worker thought Straffen needed more help. They sent him to a psychiatrist, who looked into Straffen's situation and decided he had a mental disability. As we know, the UK's Mental Deficiency Act classifies mentally defective individuals into 4 categories: idiots, imbeciles, feeble-minded persons, and moral imbeciles. This act covers mental defects, whether present from birth or acquired later in life. According to the act, individuals deemed mentally defective and meeting any of the criteria must be detained in a specialized institution or placed under legal guardianship. In June 1940, Straffen was sent to St. Joseph's School, a boarding school for mentally defective children, by local officials. An intellectual evaluation that same year revealed his IQ was 58, and his mental age was 6 years old. 2 years later, he was transferred to another boarding school. Staff there noted that Straffen was a lonely boy who resented being placed in a boarding school by officials. He often lost his temper for no apparent reason. Additionally, a second psychiatric evaluation revised his IQ to 64 and his mental age to 9.5 years. At the age of 16, Straffen left the boarding school and returned to Bath to live with his family. The same year, a health officer evaluated Straffen and concluded that his IQ was 64 and he was a moral imbecile, was capable of performing basic manual labor. But the officer noted that Straffen would need to be certified under the Mental Deficiency Act before he could join the workforce. Later, after several short-term menial jobs, Straffen found steady work as a machinist in a garment factory, a position he held for 10 months. In 1947, Straffen began to commit serious crimes. On July 27th, a 13-year-old girl reported to the police that a blonde teenager named John had covered her mouth and sexually assaulted her in an isolated area. The teenager had threatened her by saying, "What would you do if I decided to kill you? I've done this kind of thing before." At the time, police were unable to identify the attacker due to a lack of witnesses and information about his appearance. It was only later, after Straffen's arrest, that the case was linked to him. The same fall, Straffen was arrested for burglary, not his first offense. Straffen had a particular proclivity, perhaps a habit from his childhood, to steal items from unoccupied houses, but instead of taking these stolen items home or giving them to others, he threw them away. Straffen's thinking was different from the norm. When the average person is arrested, they never admit to charges that the police have no proof of, but Straffen voluntarily admitted to committing 13 other burglaries. Straffen was detained at HMP Horfield under the Mental Deficiency Act, and he also underwent a psychiatric examination by the prison's medical superintendent, who classified Straffen as imbeciles. 2 years later, because of his good behavior, Straffen was transferred to a lower security hotel where Straffen initially behaved well, working as hard as he could, but soon began his thieving behavior again. And in February 1950, when the warders saw him stealing a bag of walnuts, they once again sent Straffen back to HMP Horfield. In early 1951, Straffen was examined at a hospital, and an electroencephalogram revealed that Straffen had suffered extensive and severe damage to the cerebral cortex, stemming from encephalitis which he had contracted at the age of 6. At this point, Straffen was deemed by staff to have had his offense corrected so that he could be reunited with his family for a short period of time, and Straffen then found an odd job in the market garden in the interim. And upon learning this, staff allowed Straffen to keep his job and authorized him to return to his home and be unsupervised. In 1951, Straffen's family sued the medical staff, who believed that Straffen had developed the ability to live independently and fulfill his social responsibilities in his daily life. And under the Mental Deficiency Act, Straffen underwent a further psychiatric evaluation by the medical staff at the age of 21, but who continued to classify Straffen as feeble-minded. After being indicted, these medical personnel re-examined Straffen, and they found that Straffen's mental age had been corrected to 10, so they renewed Straffen's certificate of mental deficiency for only 6 months to facilitate his ability to be recognized as not needing to come back to the mental institution. In addition, 2 days before Straffen was re-evaluated for psychiatric evaluation, a 7-year-old girl named Christine Vivian Butcher was murdered in Berkshire County after her killer sexually assaulted her and then strangled her with her raincoat. After this murder occurred, the police investigation has always been passive, so this has caused intense public anger. Although the murder had nothing to do with Straffen, it is well known that Straffen had an inexplicably strong resentment and hatred of the police, which may have stemmed from the fact that Straffen had been subjected to police control throughout his teenage years. So it is highly likely that Straffen believed that the way he could get back at the police was by strangling young women, which he thought would cause the police great frustration. On the afternoon of July 15, 1951, Straffen was visiting the local movie theater, as he always did on Sundays, and as he passed down a street, he noticed a little girl picking flowers in the grass and smiling up at him. This little girl is Brenda Constance Goddard, only 5 years old. She lives with her foster parents. At first, her foster parents made it a rule that she could only play in their own garden and never leave the house when they both had things to do or couldn't take care of her. But on this particular day, Brenda didn't listen to her foster parents, She hid from her foster mom and sneaked across the road to gather buttercups and daisies from a nearby meadow. Upon seeing Brenda, Straffen crouched down. He turned towards this little girl and asked, "What are you doing?" Brenda said, "Picking flowers." Then she smiled and held out her arm to show a bouquet of white flowers, and in the ensuing chat, Straffen learned Brenda's name. He said, "I know of a place where there are more beautiful flowers. They're in the woods nearby. I'll take you to see them, okay?" Faced with beautiful flowers, Brenda eagerly agreed. Hand in hand, they walked together to the entrance of the grove, where there was a fence, so Brenda had to beg Straffen to carry her through. Almost immediately after that, Straffen strangled the sweet girl with his hands. Brenda didn't let out a single scream or fight back until she died. She was like a doll, full of affection for anyone in the world. For not hearing the little girl's screams, Straffen also felt confused and frustrated. He did not hide the remains. He just left the grove and continued his journey towards the movie theater. Around 3 p.m., Straffen was watching a movie when Brenda's foster mother also reported her missing. Around 7:10 p.m., police found Brenda's remains. She was located only 300 yards from her home. Police only found many cut white flowers at the crime scene. They found that the little girl had not been sexually assaulted, so they were unable to comprehend or confirm the killer's true motive for the crime. Next, after ruling out suspects from Brenda's biological and foster families, police began questioning people in the area who had previous criminal records. On August 3rd, Straffen was questioned. During that time, he admitted that he was wearing a navy blue suit that day. Investigators suspected that he might be the person wearing the suit that Brenda's foster mother saw before she noticed Brenda's disappearance. But Straffen denied any involvement in the murder, and the police had no physical evidence linking Straffen to the murder. On August 8th, Straffen met 9-year-old Cicely Dorothy Batstone at a movie theater. The two of them watched the same movie. After the movie was over, Straffen gave Cicely a candy bar, and the two of them began to talk. At first, Cicely made a query about how her mother had told her that it was Children's Day, and so she was allowed to come to the movie theater alone. But she doesn't know what the word means, and in response, Straffen tells her that the word means that children can do whatever they want all day. Straffen then offered to accompany Cicely to another local movie theater to see a Western, promising to pay for the ticket, to which Cicely excitedly agreed, and the two of them next rode a bus through the town, where at about 8 p.m., a policeman's wife was very disturbed when she saw them heading down the road toward the meadow, but didn't bother to interfere with Straffen and Cicely. Shortly after entering a meadow known locally as the Tumps, unsurprisingly, Cicely was strangled by Straffen, who then walked home, purchasing fish and chips to eat along the way. In fact, on the afternoon of August 8th, Cicely's parents were partying with friends, and they also told their 16-year-old daughter to supervise whether Cicely had come home at the prearranged time slot. That's why they let Cicely watch a movie at the movie theater alone. However, when Cicely didn't come home, her sister thought that Cicely stayed with her parents. Therefore, when Cicely's parents came home at around 11 p.m., they realized that Cicely was not at home. Upon receiving the report of a missing child, the police immediately conducted a massive manhunt. Learning that her husband, who was a police officer, was required to search for the missing little girl, the witness recalled the afternoon when she had seen a young brunette girl dressed in a gray cardigan and colorful dress, accompanied by a slim blonde young man, heading in the direction of the Tumps, and how this sighting had disturbed her. So, early the next morning, the witness mentioned the incident to her husband, who had just arrived home from a search, and instructed the police to search the spot where she had seen the two. And eventually, at 8:30 a.m. on August 9th, Cicely's remains were found. In addition to this witness, there were other witnesses who observed the strange pair, including a bus driver who noted that the young blonde man, with whom he had been a coworker, was named John Straffen. Next, the police drove directly to Straffen's home and questioned him about Cicely's murder, to which Straffen then replied, "Are you talking about the girl who was taking pictures with me last night?" Upon hearing this response, the police placed Straffen under arrest. Straffen admitted to the police that he had been at Cicely's side all yesterday afternoon, but he denied that he had killed her and insisted that the last time he had seen Cicely, she had been asleep at the Tumps. And a few hours later, he revised his story. "She was a bright little girl," he said, "and we chatted together in the seats downstairs, and we finished the movie and walked out of the theater together, and it was still light. We went into a field and walked up the slope behind the hedges, and she said she was tired and lay down on the grass, and I was choking her, and she was dead when I left her, but you can't prove it. He also voluntarily confessed to Brenda's murder, saying, "Another girl, I did the same thing to her." When asked why he killed the children, Straffen stated that he committed both murders, so that the police would actually have something to do, instead of continuing to hunt him down for relatively trivial offenses, and the next day he was formally charged with Cicely's murder. On August 24, 1951, Straffen was transported to Bath City Hall, where he was charged with 2 counts of child murder. The trial commenced on October 17th, and the only witness who testified was the medical superintendent of HMP Horfield, who testified that he had examined Straffen on several occasions between 1947 and 1951, that he was able to ascertain that Straffen's present mental deficiencies were substantially the same as they had been in 1947, and that, in his opinion, Straffen was incapable of comprehending the circumstances of the legal proceedings and the procedures. The judge said to the jury that, "In this country we don't try insane people. If you have to, you might as well try babies in arms. If a person can't understand what is going on, then they can't be tried." So the jury formally ruled that Straffen was insane and unfit to plead, but that he was also bound to liberty and detained at Broadmoor Hospital's psychiatric institution. The hospital was built in the 19th century and was initially known as the Criminal Lunatic Asylum. However, the Criminal Justice Act transferred all responsibility for the institution to the Ministry of Health in 1948, and by the time Straffen was incarcerated, those who had been admitted to the hospital had been reclassified from inmate to patient status, and as a result, all patients within the hospital were subject to a more humane regime. Upon arrival at this hospital, Straffen was assigned a job as a janitor, and on April 29, 1952, Straffen put on civilian clothes and then his assigned coveralls, and at about 2 p.m., using a large bucket of disinfectant, he climbed over a 3-meter-high wall after climbing up to the unguarded roof. The guards at Broadmoor Hospital were also quick to notice that Straffen had escaped, and they notified the local police. Meanwhile, after escaping Broadmoor Hospital, Straffen first stripped off his overalls and then walked for 2 hours to reach a small mountain village where he began to wander aimlessly. About 5:30 p.m., a resident glanced out the window of the cottage, where she saw a strange man sitting on a bench, watching intently as 5-year-old Linda Bowyer rode her new bike around the village. About 5:50 p.m., Straffen lured Linda into a nearby field and strangled her. Then he walked to a nearby house, claimed to be a hiker and lost, and asked the owner of the house for a glass of water and a road map to a nearby city. Straffen then stops a female driver on the road and asks if she can drive him to a nearby bus stop. Arriving near the bus stop, Straffen sees several men loitering right near the bus stop and nervously inquires, "Is that the police? What are they doing?" Immediately thereafter, he got out of the car early and walked directly in the opposite direction from the bus stop, and a few minutes later, Straffen was observed talking to several young children in an alley. The female driver spoke to several men at the bus stop and learned that they were police officers who were squatting on Straffen, who had escaped from Broadmoor Hospital a few hours earlier. And after learning what Straffen looked like, the female driver told several police officers that the passenger she had just picked up was Straffen. Whereupon several police officers immediately ran off in the direction she had indicated, and after a brief chase and struggle, the officers arrested Straffen at 6:40 p.m. in a field. At 7:30 p.m., Linda's mother noticed that her daughter had not returned home. She assumed that Linda was still around the village showing off her newly purchased bicycle. She only shouted her name from the garden gate. But as time passed and Linda never returned home, Linda's mother remembered that a neighbor had mentioned earlier that he had seen a strange man who had been staring at Linda, so she reported the situation to the police. Police found Linda's remains under an oak tree at 5:25 a.m. the next morning, and an autopsy showed that the child had been dead for 12 to 15 hours, just about 5 to 8 p.m. yesterday, and that she had not been sexually assaulted. Investigators approached Straffen, who had been arrested, and asked him if he had committed any other crimes during the time he was fleeing, to which Straffen replied, "I didn't kill her. I know you cops. I know I killed Brenda and Cicely, but I didn't kill the little girl on the bike," which obviously was a direct revelation to the police that Straffen was the same man who was staring at the Linda's strange man. On May 1st, 1952, investigators formally charged Straffen with Linda's murder and detained him in the hospital at HMP Brixton, awaiting the ensuing court trial. On July 21st, 1952, on the advice of defense counsel, Straffen pleaded not guilty to the charges. On the day the trial began, the defense told the jurors that their client would not testify on his own behalf because he was mentally defective, and indicated that a person found unfit to plead could not make a proper defense or follow the details of the evidence, and the defense elected to leave the issue of Straffen's sanity to the jury to decide. At the start of the trial, the judge said that evidence about Straffen's 2 previous murders could be used as similar factual evidence. There was no obvious motive for Linda's murder, which was not different from the cases of Brenda and Cicely. The 3 children were all under the same age. There was no evidence that they'd been fighting with the murderer at the scene, and the prosecution and witnesses didn't try to cover up the fact that the killer hadn't tried to hide any of the children's remains. The prosecution emphasized that Straffen had 4 hours of free time after his escape, during which time Linda was murdered, and the police were able to explain most of Straffen's actions during this time through eyewitness testimony and time projections, but they were still left with the crucial 20 minutes that they could not explain because Linda was murdered during this time. And then, the police reconstruction of the route shows that it took approximately 6 minutes and 30 seconds from the time Straffen saw Linda on her bicycle to the woods, where her remains was found, to the time he left the woods and found a house to borrow water for a drink, meaning that Straffen had enough time to accomplish these actions during this 20-minute period. A pathologist noted that the pressure on Linda's neck was definite and correctly placed, like that of an experienced person, and, in addition, he found many similarities between the method of strangulation used in Straffen's previous murders of 2 children and Linda's case. The defense strategy was to defend Straffen by questioning the prosecution's timeline and offering evidence of his mental condition, and they called several people who had previously evaluated their client to offer evidence of his mental condition. In addition to a woman and her son who heard a young girl's screams from the direction of the bushes where Linda was found at approximately 6:45 p.m. on the day of Linda's disappearance, from the direction of the bush where Linda's remains had been found, and they wanted to use this clue to show that Linda had been murdered after Straffen had been rearrested. The prosecution emphasized that 20 minutes was sufficient time for the murder and its aftermath, and challenged the testimony of the woman and her son as potentially inaccurate. In order to rebut the contention that Straffen was of limited intelligence and incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong, they called several medical personnel and psychiatrists to testify as to the therapeutic treatments they administered to Straffen prior to his escape from prison, claiming that they had enhanced Straffen's knowledge and intelligence, enabling him to know the difference between right and wrong, and to understand the basic principles relating to the consequential legal proceedings that resulted from his actions. One of the mental deficiency treatment specialists testified that Straffen told him that he knew it was wrong to commit the act of murder, because the act was one of the commandments. The trial took 4 days, and at the end of the closing arguments, the judge gave his final instructions to the jury. He said that if the jury was sure that the prisoner killed Linda, then the defense's claim of insanity should be considered. To prove insanity, the defense would have to show that the prisoner didn't know what they were doing was wrong. The jury would have to look at all the medical evidence from both sides. No one has ever said that this man is insane, even in the medical sense. The jury deliberated for only 29 minutes before announcing the verdict of Straffen's guilt. Therefore, the judge sentenced Straffen to death, and then told him that his crime was that he intentionally committed an act of cruelty against the girl. Upon hearing the verdict, Straffen showed no emotion. Furthermore, the mothers of the 3 victims were present in the courtroom and heard Straffen being sentenced to death. Initially, Straffen's execution date was set for September 4th, but the British Home Secretary at the time recommended to the Queen that Straffen's execution be stayed. So the death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment on August 29th, where it remained until November 19th, 2007, when he died of natural causes.